Chapter 941. Su Zhen's background. Su Zhen looked back at Li Qie and asked, "What will count as atavism?" Li Qie stared back at her while still stroking her Dao lines. These dense Dao lines made him think about many things. Certain past events buried in his mind resurfaced. Li Qie withdrew his hand and told her, "What do you know about your background and ancestors?" "What is my clan then?" she responded with a question. He looked at her bright eyes and noticed the trace of doubt within. It seemed like she herself didn't know about a few matters. Li Qie looked at For Heaven instead. For Heaven only nervously rubbed his palms together and coughed. This disciple doesn't know about this matter either. Although Su Zhen's branch has been thriving from one generation to the next, we don't know their exact origin. Only forefather Mu Tian would know this, but the writings he left behind did not touch on this subject. "Does Emperor think I am immortal Emperor Qi Zhen's descendant?" Su Zhen asked Li Qie. It seemed that she wanted to know the answer as well. Li Qie pondered for a moment before slightly nodding his head in response. "Generally speaking, you are indeed Qi Zhen's descendant since Qi Zhen's bloodline flows through your veins. In fact, your blood right now is already very pure and is even catching up to Qi Zhen's. Because of this, you have signs of atavism." Su Zhen quietly nodded her head. Not to mention her, even her branch's old ancestors didn't know the origin of their own bloodline. Only immortal Emperor Mu Tian knew the true story. At this moment, their emperor also confirmed their bloodline. Of course, even as descendants of immortal Emperor Qi Zhen, they knew very little about the emperor due to the emperor's always mysterious nature. The traces left behind by the emperor in this world were not many. The only thing people knew was that the emperor had created the Heaven Guard sect. However, some even said that this might not be the case. In short, the real stories of the emperor were up for debate. Because the emperor quickly disappeared after winning the throne, very few were able to see the emperor's invincible style. "Although you are showing signs of atavism, it won't be an easy matter," Li Qie told Su Zhen. "What must I do to truly reach atavism? Please guide me, Emperor." Su Zhen asked for guidance. Li Qie gently sighed. Both Qi Zhen and himself had thought about this situation back then. He looked at For Heaven. "If I remember correctly, there is a steel box inside the high-floor treasury. Go take a look and see if it is still there." For Heaven quickly answered while slightly surprised, "Please wait, Emperor. I will go search right away." He went on his way immediately afterward. After he left, Li Qie told Su Zhen, "Keep working hard. When the time is right, I will take you back." "Take me back?" Su Zhen became curious and asked, "Back to where?" "Our land of origin." Li Qie smiled and shook his head. "You don't need to know for now. Just wait until that day." Su Zhen stopped inquiring after hearing this. She looked at Li Qie for a bit before wondering, "Will Emperor stay at Heaven Guard?" "No, I will leave after grabbing a certain item." Li Qie shook his head. He didn't want to disturb the serenity of the sect. "How about I serve by your side?" Su Zhen boldly requested with sincerity. "No." Li Qie refused her request. Su Zhen remained expressionless and asked, "Is it because I am ugly? Will staying by your side be a detriment to your prestige?" Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head in response. "If you know that I am the emperor, then you should know some of my legends. One's beauty is merely external and doesn't amount to anything. I have seen both pretty and ugly women alike. Beauty does not matter to me." Su Zhen gently said, "Since Emperor is taking me in as a concubine, should be staying by your side to fulfill my duties." Next, she was startled because there was someone accompanying him, the renowned sect master For Heaven. Keep in mind that he was not just famous, he was an infamous monster that threatened the entire mortal emperor world. However, he was walking behind Li Qie with reverence. She realized that she couldn't see through Li Qie, that she didn't know anything about him at all. At the entrance, Li Qie gently waved his sleeve and told For Heaven, "Return, there's no need to see me off." The ancestors wanted to see him off as well, but Li Chia refused since he didn't want to make a big scene. For Heaven opened his mouth, wishing to say something. However, he didn't want to be seen as too talkative and held it in. Li Chia looked at him and sighed. I know that the entire Heaven Guard is full of devotion. Very well, I will call for you when I need the sect in the future. We will rush into the fire with Emperor's order. For Heaven excitedly prostrated on the ground. Li Chia gently sighed. He didn't wish to bring Heaven Guard to war again. This was not his purpose. Li Chia eventually said, go back for now. For Heaven bowed one more time and went back inside. Li Chia left with Yi Chuyun. Along the way, the questions she had only continued to increase. Heaven Guard's attitude towards Li Chia was truly unfathomable. This made her very curious, but she was not in a position to ask. Chapter 946, Half Moon Princess. After the end of the God War, the Dark Crow asked the Sioux ancestor about his future path. The ancestor looked at his little girl ravaged by war and absently sighed, I only want to be immortal. The Sioux clan is done for, but I still want to continue its bloodline. I hope that our descendants will be mortals who can finally enjoy peace. That is all I ask for. Later on, Li Chia found this apricot peak and let them settle down here. The Sioux clan from then on no longer embarked on the path of cultivation. They lived ordinary mortal lives from one generation to the next. Li Chia began to think by the window. There were times when mortals envied cultivators who were able to fly without limits. Meanwhile, war-ravaged cultivators sometimes envied the peaceful lives of mortals. A while later, the shopkeeper brought out some aged wine along with some snacks. Li Chia stopped gazing out the window and poured himself a cup. However, at this second, his attention shifted to someone else. In a corner of the second floor was an old man slightly quivering. He appeared to be very anxious, wanting nothing more than to burrow underground. Li Chia couldn't help but smile upon seeing this old man. He was all too familiar with the fella. He wore a gray robe with a very wacky paper hat. It was covered in a layer of grease and dust. Who knew how long he had worn this hat for? He seemed to be a harmless old man with nothing special about him. However, Li Chia remembered him and knew his background as well. Back in the ancient street, this old man had shown up before and Li Chia even opened a stone chest for him. The meeting was different this time. The old man was very cautious of Li Chia and didn't dare to stare at him. He had the urge to run, but he didn't dare to act recklessly when Li Chia's eyes were on him. Li Chia chuckled and dismissively said, it seems like you have a good nose. The old man had a helpless expression and was frozen on the spot. He didn't know what to do. Remember that he was someone who could easily give away a virtuous paragon true treasure. It was easy to imagine his might. But now, this old man understood something very clearly. No matter how powerful he was not but an ant before Li Chia, unworthy of being mentioned. Despite his power, his awareness of the great secret left him helpless. While this old man was at an impasse, gentle steps came from downstairs. Shortly after, a fair lady came to the second floor. The whole floor turned bright upon her arrival as if she was a jewel. She carried the aura of water while wearing a moon-colored dress. There was a little crescent moon on her forehead. It didn't diminish her beauty and instead made her even more dazzling. Half Moon Princess. The two cultivators who were resting on the first floor were shocked and left right away in fear. The Half Moon Princess was an illustrious existence in the barren earth, a great genius. Her eyes swept through the second floor and noticed Li Chia. She then sat down in front of him without any hesitation. The old man heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. The embarrassing situation was finally alleviated by the princess' arrival. Please excuse this little one, sir. Do take your time. The old man bowed and quickly left the second floor. After sitting due. Such an action could be said to be extremely rude and frivolously perverted. Any outsider would yell at Li Chia. However, Mei Suyao did not become angry. She calmly met his gaze and let him enjoy looking at her in such a meticulous manner. Keep in mind that Mei Suyao was very famous right now. Her cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Her beauty was kingdom-toppling. Countless young geniuses were in love with her in the mortal emperor world. They would treat her with utmost respect and wouldn't act in such a callous manner. It has been a while and you have become much more beautiful. Even I have to like you. Li Qie judged her and gently nodded. No matter how calm she was, her face contained a faint hint of red upon hearing these words, but it quickly passed away. Don't get me wrong, I am not praising your beauty. Li Qie stared at her and smiled. It looks like you are no longer running around as a saintess. Good, this is an improvement. She was indeed different from before. Back then, no matter where she went, there would be countless visions accompanying her steps. However, there was nothing this time, as if she has returned to the origin. Thank you for your kind words. Mei Suyao bowed with her soft figure and spoke. It is all thanks to you that I have reached this level. Your words woke me up from my dream, and I have greatly benefited from them. Enlightenment is good so that you won't put the Alea fragrance Dao to waste. Li Qie nodded and leisurely accepted her gesture. With that, he stared at her and asked, you didn't run all around the world for no reason, right? Why are you here at the barren earth? In the mortal emperor world, Mei Suyao's status was extremely noble. No one would dare to question her in such a rude manner. Chapter 943, Captivating Goddess. She maintained her unrivaled charm in the face of the boorish question, why do you think I came with a purpose? Her words contained an unspeakable charm and elegance. They were beyond the boundaries of the mundane world. Each of her tempting words and actions could make others lose their minds. Li Qie coldly glared at her. Girl, don't try that trick in front of me. Your style is indeed captivatingly beautiful, but don't play with fire. If you keep on tempting me, I will strip you clean. Yi Chuyan couldn't help but wryly smile at such offensive words. No one had ever said something like this to Mei Suyao besides Li Qie. Mei Suyao blushed and felt a bit helpless in her mind in addition to a strange sense of defeat. Even though she was not the flirtatious type, she still had complete confidence in her charm. In her opinion, not many would be able to escape her temptation. However, Li Qie didn't seem to care at all. In his eyes, she was no different from other women. She didn't know whether to feel angry or sad because of this. In the end, she only softly sighed. Even her sigh was moving enough to win many sympathizers. Li Qie did not budge. He nonchalantly looked at her and asked again, Girl, why are you here? This matter is supposed to be confidential, but Brother Li is not a stranger, so it is okay to tell you. Although she lost her cool a bit earlier, she quickly regained her flawless style. Li Qie smiled and leisurely said, Should I feel honored that you are treating me as one of your own? Or, in other words, should I take you in as my bed warmer? What do you think? Mei Suyao smiled wryly while saying in her soft voice, Brother Li, can you spare me? She let go of her posturing and said, I was rash last time and offended you. If you are still mad at me, then go ahead, I will accept the punishment. At this time, she was relaxed and had a delicate attitude. Any man would feel pity after seeing her. When a supreme beauty like her said the words, I will accept the punishment, it would be too much for any man to bear. They would immediately be conquered by her. Incredible. Li Qie had to praise after seeing her moment of weakness. Girl, you may not be as talented as immortal Emperor Xiao Shui, but you have an exquisite style. I'm afraid even the Empress was not a match for you when she was young. Mei Suyao stood up and bowed after hearing his praise. Your praise gives me great happiness. It is more than enough for me to hear you compare me to the matriarch. Okay, girl. Your means are indeed brilliant. Out of consideration for your sensibility this time, I won't make things difficult for you. Li Qie gently waved his sleeve. She sat down again and regained her transcendent nature that would be loved by anyone. I won't hide it from you, I came to the southern region this time for the Buddhist funeral plateau. Mei Suyao purposely showed a weak side of her. according to the speculation of my sect's elders, someone might ascend this time. Ascend? Yi Chuyan was startled and asked, ascend like in the legends? Mei Suyao slightly nodded, yes, and this time, it might not be just one person. There might be a second and even a third. The surprised Yi Chuyan asked, isn't the legendary ascension even more difficult than becoming a mortal emperor? She had heard of ascension before, but she didn't think she would be able to see it in this generation. Not necessarily. Mei Suyao explained, ascension is a secret that belongs to the plateau. For some people, ascension is easy and hard at the same time. It depends. No one understood more about ascension than Li Qie. He was not too interested in this and was more drawn in by other matters at the plateau. He glanced over at Mei Suyao then asked, girl, go ahead and let the rest out. Would ascension alone garner so much of your attention? You have obtained a legacy, so ascension shouldn't be of interest to you. Brother Li's eyes are as bright as divine torches, nothing can elude your sight. Mei Suyao charmingly spoke, the ascension this time might have something to do with my Eternal River School. I came hoping to obtain elucidation. It will be very beneficial. Eternal River School, Li Qie narrowed his eyes and contemplated for a second. For the past millions of years, who from the school went to the plateau, and who among them could ascend? So to say, the old geezers from your school know who is about to ascend? Li Qie revealed a faint smile. Mei Suyao shook her head, truth be told, I don't know either. Brother Li should know that once someone enters the plateau, it is the same as abandoning all else. Although many seniors of our school have entered the plateau in the past millions of years, we have never received any news of them. I believe the elders' words on ascension are just wild speculation. They are not certain either. Mei Suyao spoke seriously, because the matter this time is of grave importance. I have to personally come to take a look. Ascension. Li Qie only smiled. In his eyes, the elucidation left behind by ascension was not much either. Mei Suyao noticed his expression and asked, you aren't interested? Li Qie casually replied, ascension is no big deal. I don't need something like elucidation or else I wouldn't be waiting till now to try for it. Mei Suyao softly asked, you don't want to take a look at the Nalanda temple? When she spoke in this gentle manner, everyone would feel their whole body melting. Even a cold glacier or a heart of steel would soften. Li Qie smirked. Even though it might be a prohibitive task to others, entering the temple was not difficult to him. He looked back at Mei Suyao and asked, girl, you should be saying that you want to climb to the temple. Mei Suyao was not embarrassed at all after being found out. She freely said, yes, I do want to reach the Nalanda temple. She met his gaze and said, I had this idea after coming across you today by accident. We can work together to climb to the temple. Work together? Li Qie smiled and shook his head, girl, you look down me, Li Qie, too much. If I wanted to reach the temple, I wouldn't need to work with anyone. As long as I am willing, it doesn't matter if the temple was as deep as an ocean, I could still come and go freely. Anyone else would think that Li Qie was blustering and didn't know any better. The Nalanda temple was a place that god kings wouldn't tread. Even an immortal emperor had to be careful, let alone a mere junior. Mei Suyao took a deep breath and smiled while glancing at Li Qie. Her smile was more charming than blooming flowers, putting them all to shame. Her current expression could drive people crazy. She softly spoke while exuding her charm. How about I shamelessly go with you to the Nalanda temple? It wasn't easy for her who was always noble and unreachable to make such a comment. In fact, she had the power to reach Nalanda as well. However, she chose Li Qie due to her strong confidence in him. Go with you? Girl, I know you can reach there by yourself. What is in it for me if I take you with me? Li Qie couldn't help but laugh after hearing this suggestion. Mei Suyao smiled like a flower ready to bloom. Her words were full of temptation. If you are willing, I will lend you a helping hand. The same goes for my Eternal River School. Her words had a hidden connotation since she spoke on the behalf of the entire school. Anyone's heart would beat faster after gaining the support of the river school, a mighty existence with 3 emperors. Its support was the same as adding wings to a tiger, especially for the younger generation. It would open up a path of unlimited potential. She maintained her unrivaled charm in the face of the boorish question, "Why do you think I came with a purpose?" Her words contained an unspeakable charm and elegance. They were beyond the boundaries of the mundane world. Each of her tempting words and actions could make others lose their minds. Li Chia coldly glared at her. "Girl, don't try that trick in front of me. Your style is indeed captivatingly beautiful, but don't play with fire. If you keep on tempting me, I will strip you clean." Yi Chuyun couldn't help but wryly smile at such offensive words. No one had ever said something like this to Mei Suyao besides Li Chia. Mei Suyao blushed and felt a bit helpless in her mind, in addition to a strange sense of defeat. Even though she was not the flirtatious type, she still had complete confidence in her charm. In her opinion, not many would be able to escape her temptation. However, Li Chia didn't seem to care at all. In his eyes, she was no different from other women. She didn't know whether to feel angry or sad because of this. Chapter 944, Spank Your Sweet Buttocks, Girl, I am not interested in your river school support. Li Chia only chuckled at this enticing offer. Of course, I can think about you following me into Nalanda. He paused to look at her before continuing. Naturally, my willingness to take you is not because I like you or because of how beautiful you are. It is simply out of consideration for your matriarch, immortal Emperor Xiao Shui, got it? I truly appreciate your help. Mei Suyao quickly stood up to thank him regardless of whether he would say yes or not. Go. To tell the truth, I've grown a bit bored. Li Chia looked at her with one eye and gently waved his sleeve. Yi Chuyun was surprised to hear this. Mei Suyao's beauty was renowned across the world. Countless people in the younger generation, including supreme geniuses, would be willing to stay with her. It could even be said to be a dream of many. But now, Li Chia was the complete opposite. He was tired of Mei Suyao. It was simply unbelievable for a beauty like her to be treated in this manner. Mei Suyao didn't seem to mind. She still bowed elegantly and smiled. Just let me know if you ever need me, I won't say no. The soft words from the supreme beauty of this generation were completely irresistible to anyone. Li Chia looked at her, then gestured for her to come over with his fingers. Girl, come here. Brother Li has some advice? Mei Suyao came closer and tilted her head. She was truly too beautiful. Each of her actions and gestures would cause one's soul to sway. When she tilted her head closer, she was within his reach. Her exposed bare neck accentuated her black hair that fluttered in the breeze, carrying an elegant fragrance that made the heart beat faster. Such a scene couldn't be described with words. It was a perfect picture. Even Yi Chuyun marveled while watching on the side. She was really too beautiful. Yi Chuyun was also known as a great beauty. However, there was quite a sizable gap between her and Mei Suyao. No matter how pretty she might be, she paled before Mei Suyao. In the blink of an eye, Mei Suyao fell into Li Chia's chest. Pop. Pa. Pa. Li Chia's hand slapped her round and sweet buttocks like a storm. She screamed like a cat that had had its tail stepped on and immediately jumped up. Her usual supreme grace was nowhere to be found, only fear and anger were left amidst the confusion. What are you doing? She cried out after jumping up. Regardless of the circumstance or the peril, she could always stay calm with a matchless attitude, but not this time. This was her first time being treated as frivolously as this. No, it was the second time. The first time was by Li Chia as well. Contrary to her shocked demeanor, Li Chia was still acting leisurely as he looked at her and said, Girl, I'll show you the right path. If you want to seduce me, there's no need to act in such an amorous manner. Just obediently listen to me and I'll consider taking you in. As for this type of cautious, deliberate scheming, it is time to stop. There's no need to try to break my Dao heart. Li Chia chuckled. I am not a goal you can overcome, you don't have the ability to steal my heart. Just think it through and be obedient, then I can consider taking you in. After all, we had a physical connection before, so I don't want someone else to take a beautiful woman like you. However, if you have other plans, then get away from me or else I won't show mercy in plucking a flower. Mei Suyao was ashamed and extremely embarrassed. It could be said that this was the first time she had been so mistreated. Yi Chuyun was also shocked to hear about the physical connection between the two. Those words would make the imagination of others run wild. I am someone who is not overly cruel to women. Li Qiye dismissively said, on the contrary, I have always been willing to favor women. However, this is under the condition that they do not scheme before me. Li Qiye's eyes narrowed. If, say, you want some benefits from me or if you want to influence my actions, this isn't difficult. You just need to do one thing, and that is to listen to me. I will bring you unimaginable benefits. However, if you want to use the honey trap or schemes to manipulate me, girl, you are still too young. You aren't qualified and you also don't have the power to do so. Be good and listen. I won't care for other matters. I will be considerate of immortal Emperor Xiao Shui and grant great benefits to both you and the river school. His eyes turned cold at this point. However, if you or the river school have any ideas or plans, then watch it or else I'll take a trip to the school. It won't be so easy to get me to leave at that point. Li Qiye was straightforward enough in his warning towards Mei Suyao. Mei Suyao and Yi Chuyun by the side both turned silent. Yi Chuyun found that she wouldn't know what to do in this difficult situation either. For others, Mei Suyao was a high above existence akin to a goddess. No one would dare to disrespect her, but Li Qiye didn't care for any of this and did as he pleased. I was wrong. Mei Suyao bowed and said, if Brother Li wants to scold me, then do it. I am willing to accept your punishment. This time, she was full of sincerity without the same provocative chord from earlier. Nevertheless, she was still as beautiful as ever. It was natural to her very being. Forget it. Li Qiye looked at her and recalled a few people. He said, go. In the future, be direct with me. Don't play around with these tricks. Mei Suyao sighed in disappointment. She bowed one more time and gave him one last glance before leaving. She drifted into the sky and disappeared in the horizon in just a second. Brotherly, Goddess Mei likes you. Yi Chuyun, who had been silent the whole time, commented. Li Qiye only smiled and shook his head. Whether she likes me or not doesn't matter. There are many who like me and many who hate me. Beauties who like me or even those who I like will be destroyed if they foolishly scheme before me. Yi Chuyun sighed softly as well. This was a matter between Li Qiye and Mei Suyao. It was not her place to comment on it. However, she was very curious. In fact, anyone who knew that these two had a physical connection before wouldn't be able to contain their curiosity about what had actually transpired. If someone is ascending in the plateau, do you want to go and see? Yi Chuyun changed the subject. Li Qiye smiled and said, Chuyun, the ascension isn't important to me, but if you want elucidation from the process, I can take you there and grab a piece for you. Li Qiye gently nodded as well. If ascension was going to happen again at the plateau, then it would definitely cause a great storm this time as well. After Mei Suyao left, the two continued forward on their boat. They met many people in the last 2 days. Most were young prodigies of the cultivation world. They came very quickly with different styles and uniforms. Some of them wore crowns while riding their chariots in the sky while others stood on their flying swords to cross the horizon. A few of them even came with great fanfare from their entourage. I heard Goddess Mei appeared at the holy city. We have to go take a look. These people were in a rush because of Mei Suyao. All were her admirers. Mei Suyao's southward trip was very low-key this time, but she was simply too famous and was regarded as the #1 beauty. Even if she tried to keep a low profile, others would notice her. Thus, these young prodigies all scrambled in her direction just to catch a glimpse of her face. In the mortal emperor world, many youths that were enchanted by her would risk it all just to do so. Goddess Mei's charm is boundless. Yi Chuyan commented with feelings after seeing these prodigies give chase. Li Qie chuckled in response. The Eternal River School has always produced charming beauties. Their matriarch, Immortal Emperor Xiao Shui, was a supreme woman. This is part of the school's strength. Yi Chuyan agreed. She had heard legends about the emperor who swayed all existences in the 9 worlds. The two of them traveled in their usual manner on their boat and finally reached the holy city. They reached the shore and walked the rest of the distance. Chapter 945, Holy City. The first thing people saw while looking towards the direction of the holy city was not the establishments themselves, but a huge mountain range. The city was erected right next to this mountain range. The city was quite large, but it was like a small boulder compared to this mountain range, like a little boat in the middle of a vast ocean. People called this place the Hidden Dragon Mountains. It spanned for millions of miles like a dragon lying on top of the endless barren earth. The holy city was tastefully simple and architecturally unadorned. It seemed to have experienced the weathering of countless years but still stood strong. There was a saying in the mortal emperor world, descent in the east, holy in the south. This was referring to Descent City in the eastern 100 cities and Holy City in the barren earth. Rumor has it that the Holy City used to be called Heaven Watch City, but later on, cultivators never dared to act wildly in this city, so it became a land of peace. Eventually, people came to call it the Holy City instead. One could smell the strong fragrance of liquor the moment they entered Apricot Peak. This was the same for Li Qie. Smelling this familiar fragrance made many emotions emerge in his mind. He didn't know what to say at this moment. Su Clan's aged wine, such a memorable and nostalgic smell. Li Qie murmured. The Su's winehouse had been here for a long time. By the time the youths nearby began to be aware of their surroundings, the winehouse had already been around. After so many years, it continued to prosper for generation after generation. There weren't that many customers when Li Qie stepped inside. Outside of several mortals drinking away, there were only 1 or 2 cultivators resting. The shopkeeper immediately greeted him. Li Qie went to the second floor and sat down by a window. Li Qie was somewhat absent-minded while looking at Apricot Peak outside. The shopkeeper asked him, "Sir, what would you like?" Li Qie calmed down and looked at the old shopkeeper and his familiar face before sighing. A descendant of the Su clan. He ordered, "Get me a bottle of wine and some snacks." The shopkeeper confirmed what Li Qie wanted and was about to leave, but Li Qie called him back and spoke with a soft voice. "Is your Su clan still doing well? How are the children?" The old shopkeeper turned around and didn't find this question strange. He said with a smile, "Sir, thanks to everyone's blessings, my Su clan has been running this restaurant for a very long time now. Although we don't have that many children, they are full of filial piety." That's good, that's good." Li Qie nodded gently. Li Qie sighed once more while watching the old shopkeeper leave. Su clan. In that distant era, it was such a powerful and prosperous clan. It was mighty to a fearful level. Even god kings from the ancient Ming clan wouldn't dare to provoke it. When he decided to attack the ancient Ming, he had tried to lobby many people. The Su clan's ancestor was the first to answer his call. Moreover, the whole clan and its disciples joined in this drawn-out war. At the moment of final victory, the Su clan only had the ancestor and their youngest daughter left. Li Qie always became dejected when he recalled the little girl. She was a very lively girl with exceedingly high talents. After the war, she became withdrawn and quiet, like a completely different person. She had lost too much during that Cold War and couldn't bear the shock. Later on, he came to see the girl several times and saw how a lively girl became a silent shadow. The wounds of war wouldn't heal, causing his heart to feel uncomfortable every time they met. Chapter 946, Half Moon Princess. After the end of the God War, the Dark Crow asked the Su ancestor about his future path. The ancestor looked at his little girl ravaged by war and absently sighed, "I only want to be immortal. The Su clan is done for, but I still want to continue its bloodline. I hope that our descendants will be mortals who can finally enjoy peace. That is all I ask for. Later on, Wuxia found this apricot peak and let them settle down here. The Su clan from then on no longer embarked on the path of cultivation. They lived ordinary mortal lives from one generation to the next. Wuxia began to think by the window. There were times when mortals envied cultivators who were able to fly without limits. Meanwhile, war-ravaged cultivators sometimes envied the peaceful lives of mortals. A while later, the shopkeeper brought out some aged wine along with some snacks. Wuxia stopped gazing out the window and poured himself a cup. However, at this second, his attention shifted to someone else. In a corner of the second floor was an old man slightly quivering. He appeared to be very anxious, wanting nothing more than to burrow underground. Wuxia couldn't help but smile upon seeing this old man. He was all too familiar with the fella. He wore a gray robe with a very wacky paper hat. It was covered in a layer of grease and dust. Who knew how long he had worn this hat for? He seemed to be a harmless old man with nothing special about him. However, Wuxia remembered him and knew his background as well. Back in the ancient street, this old man had shown up before and Wuxia even opened a stone chest for him. You will be the son-in-law of the Pure Lotus School, then you can call for winds and rain as you please. The princess smiled. She was a beautiful girl, so her smile resembled the blossoming of many flowers. Wuxia played with his cup and leisurely smiled. Hearing you has made my heart thump. So, what's in it for you if I marry Missy? The princess snorted in response. No need to ask. If you marry Yi Chuyun, I will grant you one treasure and a bottle of pills. Think about it, why would you not partake in this endeavor? It's simply killing two birds with one stone. I got it. Wuxia looked at her and smiled. The man you like must like Miss Yi instead, so you want nothing more than for her to marry me so that the other man will give up, then you would have a chance to jump in, right? Such a big mouth. The princess shouted with a changed expression. Wuxia glared at her and said, keep in mind that it is you asking me, not the other way around. You. The princess wasn't happy at this moment. However, she still took a deep breath and looked Wuxia in the eye. Do you want to marry her or not? It's none of your business. Wuxia shook his head. The princess was still quite angry, but she endured it. Wuxia, this is a godsend for you. If you marry Yi Chuyun, I will even give you a nice bride token. With that, you will be worthy of Yi Chuyun. Just marry her and you will be able to enjoy the rest of your life. Alright, I understand your intentions now. Wuxia smiled. However, my business needs no meddling from outsiders. Please go back. The princess' expression turned cold. Someone with a status as prestigious as hers coming to discuss this with Wuxia was already a humble gesture, yet Wuxia dared to not give her any face. The princess drily said, Wuxia, I am showing you respect by presenting these conditions directly. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting here right now. After the end of the God War, the Dark Crow asked the Su ancestor about his future path. The ancestor looked at his little girl ravaged by war and absently sighed. I only want to be immortal. The Su clan is done for, but I still want to continue its bloodline. I hope that our descendants will be mortals who can finally enjoy peace. That is all I ask for. Later on, Wuxia found this apricot peak and let them settle down here. The Su clan from then on no longer embarked on the path of cultivation. They lived ordinary mortal lives from one generation to the next. Wuxia began to ponder by the window. There were times when mortals envied cultivators who were able to fly without limits. Meanwhile, war-torn cultivators sometimes envied the peaceful lives of mortals. A while later, the shopkeeper brought out some aged wine along with some snacks. Wuxia stopped gazing out the window and poured himself a cup. However, at this second, his attention shifted to someone else. In a corner of the second floor was an old man slightly quivering. He appeared to be very anxious and wanted nothing more than to burrow himself underground. Chapter 947. Arcane Guru. Li Qia's eyes narrowed after hearing the princess' threat. He smiled in response. Oh? Playing nice didn't work, so it's time for force? The princess coldly responded, if you already know the Blood Devil tribe, then you should know how powerful we are, especially my half-moon branch. The Blood Devil tribe was one of the strongest branches of the blood race. Its influence was great in the barren earth. It had 35 lineages and 14 countries. Moreover, it had produced 3 immortal emperors. The Half-Moon Blood tribe was one of the 35 lineages. They had a decent grasp in the southern region as well. So what? Li Qia wasn't interested and didn't bother to glance back at her. The princess retorted, if I wanted to make things difficult for you, there wouldn't be a need for me to personally do so. With just a single word, there would be no peace for you in the barren earth, a fate worse than death. Okay, I got your message and heard your nonsense. Li Qia drank his wine and lazily spoke, now scram before I have the urge to kill. You. The princess immediately stood up with a murderous glint in her eyes. However, Li Qia still didn't bother looking at her. He continued to slowly savor his wine as if the princess didn't exist in his eyes. In the end, the princess didn't make a move. She took another deep breath and stated, you better think it over, then find me once you change your mind. If you want to marry Yi Chuyun, my half-moon blood tribe can help you. With that, she turned around and quickly disappeared. Li Qia only smiled after seeing her leave and murmured, not too foolish after all. He continued to drink and snack afterward. A while later, when the bottle was half empty, Li Qia slowly spoke, okay, you can come up now. Stop hiding down there. With thumping steps, someone came up. It was the mysterious old man wearing the paper hat from earlier. He didn't leave and instead continued to stay downstairs since he didn't dare to linger without Li Qia's permission. He stood before Li Qia with a very nervous expression. He didn't know where to position his hands. The old fella was very powerful. Back in his era, his stomp could cause the clouds and winds to disperse, but now, he was very docile before Li Qia. Li Qia stared at him and spoke, I must say, you really are courageous, following in my footsteps everywhere and even digging up quite a few of my items. My lord, this lowly one only picked up the leftovers you left behind, please do not be angry. The old man quickly prostrated. Li Qia gently waved his sleeve in response, okay, stand up. If I really wanted to punish you, I wouldn't have spared a little mouse like you back at the All-Heaven Grotto, I would have killed you back in the ancient Sky Street. Thank you for showing mercy, my lord. The old man bowed again. This old one committed the offense of being unable to recognize my lord back in the ancient street, please punish me. Can't fault the unaware. Li Qia said, however, you are quite capable, to be able to uncover my identity in such a short amount of time. The mysterious old man coughed and quickly said, this lowly one has admired my lord since childhood, especially when you spared me back at the All-Heaven Grotto, your benevolence is unforgettable. I was still skeptical after the ancient street, so I tried to go back to find more information. I was thinking that this was the case, but I didn't dare to offend my lord and verify my findings. Okay, I don't blame you. It was a type of fate for you to be able to slip into my All-Heaven Grotto. Li Qia waved his sleeve, your continual search for my tales did not go unnoticed. It would have been simple for me to destroy you. The old man became a bit embarrassed as he smiled wryly, my lord is unbeatable across the eons, this lowly one only wanted to look for your old relics, that's all. Back then, my lord and the Black Dragon King loomed over the 9 heavens while I could only gaze from afar. Since you know who I am, you should know of my taboo creed. Li Qia leisurely drank his wine. The old man quickly replied, this lowly one understands. I will definitely not tell a third soul about my lord's matters. I can swear with my true fate. The old man's words were not just for show. He actually swore with his true fate. Li Qia patted the table, allowing him to sit down. The old man sat down immediately after. Li Qia looked at him and spoke, if my memory serves me right, You were called the arcane young emperor back then. The mysterious old man coughed in response. My lord, I was young and foolish back then. Because I came from a place called the Arcane Mountains, I took the title Arcane Young Emperor. During my youth, I tried to compete for the immortal emperor's throne against Gu Zun, but after realizing that immortal Emperor Yin Tian was the person chosen by you, I knew better than to compete against my lord and changed my name to Arcane Guru. I only came here by following a clue and have no desire to hurt anyone in this place. I can swear with my true fate. He was still afraid that Li Qia might have misunderstood and continued on, My lord, although I have been following your footsteps, I never dared to break anything relating to you or the descendants of your followers. My lord left behind many items. If they had an owner, I wouldn't dare to touch them. Li Qia gazed at him for a while before nodding his head approvingly. Very good, you know where I draw my bottom line. The guru heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this and had to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Even though he was very powerful with the title of young emperor during his youth, he knew full well that this was an existence who could kill even immortal emperors. A guy like him was nothing in comparison. It seems like your tracking ability is not bad since you were able to chase me all the way to the Su clan. Li Qia looked at him. How did you come to this result? My lord, this lowly one found some clues in the hidden Dragon Mountains. I've read through many ancient books and know a little about the Su clan's past, so I immediately came here to see. The guru answered. Brilliant, to be able to find some clues from the hidden Dragon Mountains. Li Qia continued, what did you find? Li Qia's eyes narrowed after asking. The guru's heart jolted. He immediately stood up and bowed again. My lord, I never had any ideas or thoughts about touching the Su clan. If you don't believe me, I am willing to let you search through my sea of memories. The sea of memories was a cultivator's biggest secret. Anyone would prefer losing their life over letting someone else see the depths of their mind. However, Arcane Guru was willing. His achievements today were due to Li Qia since he obtained many things by tracing Li Qia's footsteps, including merit laws, treasures, and his knowledge. In a certain sense, he was given everything by Li Qia. Li Qia gently nodded, very well, it is good that you understand. If you came here following my footsteps, you should be aware of the holy city's significance as well as the Su clan's past. For anyone who touches the Su clan, I will exterminate their 9 clans or even 10 clans. This little one understands. Arcane Guru solemnly replied. He knew that these were not empty words. As long as Li Qia was willing, exterminating the 9 clans of someone only required a single command. Li Qia gently tapped on the table and spoke, okay, sit back down. You must have found something in the mountains to be able to trace me to this place. Chapter 948, Crimson Knight Duke. After the old man took a seat, he continued, tell me, what did you find? The guru rubbed his palms nervously and smiled. I chased after this clue for a very long time and finally, at the mountains, I was able to find something that my lord left behind back then. Li Qia looked at him with one eye. If it was only a clue, then it shouldn't be enough for you to trace it back to this place. You must have found something, I'm listening. The guru quickly fixed his attitude. He understood that there was no point in hiding anything before Li Qia. Nothing in this world could elude his gaze. It was a pair of eyes that shone like eternal flames, illuminating the eons. He took a deep breath and answered, my lord, others would find this ridiculous, but I'm sure my lord knows the reason. I heard the beating of a fetus back in the mountains. If I wasn't in full search mode, I wouldn't have been able to hear it. A natal beat? Li Qia's eyes became serious after hearing this. The hidden Dragon Mountains hid a great secret. In the past, the Dark Dragon Dynasty established a supreme foundation in this location. There was a good reason for it, this secret was worth salivating over. The kneeling guru quickly responded, ever since this lowly one met my lord back then in the All-Heaven Grotto, I longed for the day that I could be like the wise sages under your banner. Today, I was finally able to see my lord, leaving me with great jubilation. I am willing to serve you, my lord. Li Chia stared at him and slowly answered, when necessary, I will naturally call for you. I am staying at the holy city for now, so you may work for me. Thank you, my lord. The guru bowed his head. For millions of years now, countless invincible wise sages worked for Li Chia and swept through the world under him. Now, he finally got this chance as well. Rise. Li Chia waved his sleeve. Let this be the end of that lead, do not bother the Su clan. It greatly contributed to the 9 worlds and the human race. I trust that I don't need to say more. This lowly one understands. The guru said, if the need arises in the future, I am willing to protect the Su clan in your stead. Good, so it is decided for now. Let us go. Li Chia ended the conversation. The guru bowed once more and left. He disappeared into the horizon in just the blink of an eye. Li Chia continued to drink while looking at the green hills outside the window. He immersed himself in the long silence. Each person he remembered grew older with the years and slowly drifted away like the wind. No one was truly immortal. Chapter 949, Dracatry. After a while, Li Chia stopped his reminiscence and called for the shopkeeper. He paid for the drinks, then told him, Shopkeeper, I want to stay at your Su residence for a few days. The shopkeeper smiled and shook his head. Sir, I'm afraid you misunderstood. Our Su clan only has a winehouse here, we don't have an inn. Our Su residence is only for family, it's not to entertain guests. Li Chia smiled and said, I know, but I want to stay at your Su's Draco house. You should know about it. The shopkeeper was startled after hearing this. He calmed down and shook his head again. Sir, I'm afraid you had too much to drink. I don't know anything about a Draco house in our Su residence. Li Chia smiled. Shopkeeper, I am not an outsider. Bring me the whistle hidden in the Draco house. Your Su clan has an ancestral teaching, you should remember it. After hearing this, the shopkeeper no longer acted distant. He slightly bowed and said, Sir, please wait. With that, he quickly left. He put the closing sign on for the winehouse before leaving in a hurry. Li Chia only sat there and quietly waited. After a long time, the shopkeeper finally returned. He looked at Li Chia, then formally took out an old box from his pocket. Afterward, he took out a whistle that was inside the box. This whistle seemed very ordinary, almost like a child's toy. He handed the whistle over to Li Chia with both hands. Li Chia looked at this familiar whistle and rubbed it playfully before speaking to the shopkeeper in a friendly tone. Do you know the effect of this whistle? The shopkeeper did not answer. Li Chia smiled and continued, I know what you are thinking, you are afraid that I am a fake. There are 2 uses for this whistle. Its first use is that if your Su clan is ever in trouble, your descendants are able to blow a distress call. This sound will be heard by many lineages across the mortal emperor world. The other is for identification. Only the person mentioned in your ancestral teachings is able to blow it. Am I right? Li Chia glanced at the silent shopkeeper. The shopkeeper remained tight-lipped and only stared at Li Chia. His attitude was very clear. Li Chia chuckled and placed the whistle on his lips. He blew the whistle with a rhythm unknown to others. Scratch. With a cry, a crow flew out. It emitted a terrifying aura capable of bearing the burden of time and the weight of the world. Myriad laws prostrated before it. It quickly disappeared after flying out from the whistle. This was only an illusion created by the whistle, something that could only be done by Li Chia. After seeing the phantom crow, the shopkeeper finally confirmed his identity. He bowed and said, So it is you. The ancestral teachings state that only you are able to stay at the Draco house. As a mortal, the shopkeeper naturally didn't know Li Chia's identity. He didn't know the significance behind the dark crow either. However, the ancestral teachings of their clan stated that the person capable of creating the illusion would be able to stay. Li Chia gently nodded. The shopkeeper quickly said, Please come to the Draco house, I will lead the way. Li Chia followed the shopkeeper up Apricot Peak to the Su residence. This was a simple building. Even a god monarch wouldn't see what was so special about it. This building was not only created by the Su ancestor, Li Chia also worked hard constructing it for the clan. No one could enter this building without the permission of the family, no matter who they might be. In the event of a great crisis, this building was able to teleport to an unknown location. Moreover, the Su clan could also ask the Holy City or even Li Chia himself for help. It covered a lot of ground, but no one lived here. The shopkeeper told Li Chia, "All the young ones are staying at the Holy City. It's only because I'm too old to leave that my oldest son was willing to come back to open the winehouse. It has been so many years, yet you Su still won't close that winehouse." Li Chia said with a smile. The shopkeeper replied, "It is our symbol, passed on for generations. As long as the winehouse is there, it means that our Su clan is still being succeeded." Li Chia only chuckled. This was an internal affair of the clan. He was not in a position to comment. Eventually, the shopkeeper brought him to an arch entrance inside the building. It was closed with a heavy wooden door. "Sir, this is the Draco House," the shopkeeper told Li Chia. Li Chia lamented in his mind while looking at the locked arched door ahead. After so many years, there was not the least bit of change. Although the entrance ahead was only made out of wood, no one would be able to enter without the key, no matter how powerful they may be. The shopkeeper took out a bronze key, then inserted it into the door. With a loud clicking sound, the two sides of the door slowly opened. A rich life energy came rushing out the moment the door to the Draco House was opened. It permeated into the body, giving a pleasant feeling as if all the pores in the body were being relaxed. This so-called Draco House was only a small courtyard with a single room. There was nothing else here. Wait, to be exact, there was an old tree planted in the yard as well. This old tree did not look very exceptional at first, but despite being only 3 feet tall, it gave the feeling that it was shouldering the sky. It had been growing for who knows how many years. Its dried bark resembled scales while its old roots were as tough as steel. It seemed that even if the sky was about to collapse, the tree would be able to lift it up. Li Chia circled around it and eventually, his eyes fell onto the few leaves. His expression turned serious. "It is missing a Draco fruit," Li Chia said while looking at the tree. Draco fruit, the shopkeeper looked at the tree as well. "Sir, where are these fruits?" "Sorry, my old eyes do not see well anymore." He pointed it out for the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper finally saw a Draco fruit. There was indeed a fruit among the sparse leaves. It was the size of a thumb and seemed to have matured, yet it did not fall down. It was indeed hard to see without careful observation. "There are 2 of them?" the shopkeeper asked. He had never noticed these fruits growing on the tree before. "There were 2 before, did someone pluck one?" Li Chia asked. In fact, he didn't really mind at all. He just found it strange since the descendants of the Su clan were all mortals. They wouldn't be able to pick the fruit. I really did not pay attention to this." The shopkeeper shook his head. "I didn't know that these fruits were there before, so I don't know if someone had taken one." Li Chia looked at the fruit and casually asked, "Have any outsiders been in here?" "I'm talking about cultivators." The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before denying, "That can't be true. Sir, the ancestral teachings say to not mingle with cultivators. Moreover, only our children are allowed inside this place." The shopkeeper thought about it a bit more and added, "If we are talking about cultivators, then the only one that has come here should be the ancestral aunt. This was written down in our family records. The ancestral aunt stayed here for a period of time. Normally, we wouldn't stay in this place since we aren't used to the rich air. I think only our ancestral aunt was here before." "Is your ancestral aunt still alive?" Li Chia had to ask. The ancestral aunt mentioned by the shopkeeper was the youngest daughter of the Su ancestor, a happy little girl forever scarred by the vicious war. Nevertheless, she was once very powerful. After the war's end, her cultivation was right behind the Sioux ancestors. I don't really know. There are no records in our clan about her. The shopkeeper shook his head. Li Chia said, go do your thing. I will stay here for a couple of days. If you need anything, you can come find me whenever. The shopkeeper agreed before leaving. After he left, Li Chia stood before the ageless tree and quietly contemplated. After a long time, he grimaced and murmured, Hidden Dragon Mountains. The ancient Ming tried their best back then and still couldn't obtain the item inside. The Dark Dragon dynasty was even built here to rule this land. That item is indeed greatly coveted. The Hidden Dragon Mountains were considered very dangerous by others, but keep in mind that even the ancient Ming of the past wanted the item inside. A great secret was buried here at the Hidden Dragon Mountains and God War Mountains. In the past, the God War Mountains held a different name as the ancestral ground of the Dark Dragon dynasty. They tried to unearth the secret but were destroyed before accomplishing this task. After a while, Li Chia stopped his reminiscence and called for the shopkeeper. He paid for the drinks, then told him, Shopkeeper, I want to stay at your Sioux residence for a few days. The shopkeeper smiled and shook his head. Sir, I'm afraid you misunderstood. Our Sioux clan only has a winehouse here, we don't have an inn. Our Sioux residence is only for family, it's not to entertain guests. Li Chia smiled and said, I know, but I want to stay at your Sioux's Draco house. You should know about it. The shopkeeper was startled after hearing this. He calmed down and shook his head again. Sir, I'm afraid you had too much to drink. I don't know anything about a Draco house in our Sioux residence. Li Chia smiled, Shopkeeper, I am not an outsider. Bring me the whistle hidden in the Draco house. Your Sioux clan has an ancestral teaching, you should remember it. After hearing this, the shopkeeper no longer acted distant. He slightly bowed and said, Sir, please wait. With that, he quickly left. Chapter 950, Watering the Draco Tree. This land indeed had too many secrets. Otherwise, the ancient Ming wouldn't have noticed this place and the Dark Dragon dynasty wouldn't have established their ancestral ground here. After crushing the Dark Dragon dynasty and the ancient Ming, the Dark Crow had scanned this area before. However, the time was not ripe for some things within. Li Chia glanced at the inconspicuous Draco fruit while rubbing his chin. Why did the little girl pluck a fruit? She was buried for countless years, so why come out all of a sudden? Is there a change at the Hidden Dragon Mountains? Ultimately, he decided, regardless, it is time to pluck one. Li Chia stayed behind at this place and began to absorb the moonlight that he then used to water the fruit so that it would ripen and fall. In the evening, if anyone could see the Draco house, they would be shocked by this amazing scene. The moonlight from above was being dragged down as if all the brilliance of the moon in this world was being sucked into this location. Li Chia had a gourd for this task. The moonlight gathered in the gourd and turned into a brilliant silver liquid. He poured the moonlight one drop at a time on the Draco fruit. However, his actions were not just a simple watering. The dripping required precision and the timing was in tune with the worldly rhythm. An immense boom could be heard each time a drop of moonlight dripped onto the fruit. These tiny drops each seemed to be like a great god slamming down on the earth. They would permeate through the runes on the fruit's skin and into its body. Each time the fruit absorbed a drop of moonlight, one could hear a beating sound just like the thumping of a powerful heart. It was as if there was a heart that had stopped beating in this area, and it was being revived from absorbing the moonlight. It would beat once after absorbing a drop of moonlight. Of course, the Draco house was sealed off. Even a bigger commotion would go unnoticed by outsiders. Only Li Chia could hear this sound. He narrowed his eyes and murmured, so this is the case, no wonder why the old man said that there was a natal beat back in the Hidden Dragon Mountains. Is it finally here after millions of years? After confirming that Arcane Guru's report was correct, Li Chia continued to water the fruit and waited for it to ripen. While he was staying at the Sioux residence, the holy city grew very lively. Many youths gathered there. In the beginning, these prodigies came to see Mei Suyao's supreme features. Even the more famous geniuses came running, such as the 5 saints. However, she didn't stay at the holy city for long. No one knew when she left or what her destination was. The city should have calmed down after her departure. However, Yi Chuyun arrived next and it caused quite a stir as well. In terms of fame, Yi Chuyun was not as great as Mei Suyao. However, she was very illustrious in the barren earth and could be considered a goddess of the younger generation. The first youth to reach virtuous paragon in the southern region, this alone was enough to make her renowned. Moreover, despite not being at Mei Suyao's level, she was also very pretty. She had many young admirers as well. She came to visit a senior in a lineage that had great ties with the Pure Lotus School. She rarely met guests, but this didn't stop the young cultivators from being especially welcoming towards her. All of these admirers wanted to see her. In just a short period of time, the holy city was bustling with excitement. Even 3 of the 1 emperor, 5 saints came. Between men and women, strength isn't necessarily the only factor to determine suitability. Another person strongly pointed out, Qi Tianyu is indeed praiseworthy, but our schoolmaster Yi does not like him. Have you all not heard about it yet? Recently, our schoolmaster has already found someone. She is always together with someone named Li Chia, so your blood race better stop thinking about marrying our goddess. She will only marry our own people. The human race was still very powerful in the barren earth, especially in a reclusive land like the holy city. It was quite influential. Moreover, there was the existence of Heaven Guard. Nevertheless, the blood race was a force to be reckoned with as well. Although there was no war between the blood and the humans, minor conflicts had been ongoing. Both races looked down on the other. Cursing at each other upon meeting was a common occurrence. Li Chia? Who the hell is he? I've never heard of him. The young blood spoke contemptuously. Does being together mean that she is married to him? Maybe he is only a servant or her errand boy. Yes, that's right. I heard that this Li Chia is only a little disciple from the Pure Lotus School acting as schoolmaster Ye's servant. Another blood youth made up this story. In a short while, Li Chia being Yi Chuyun's servant was spread to many people. In fact, it was understandable for the barren earth to not know about Li Chia. Back when Li Chia was renowned in the Grand Middle Territory and Eastern Hundred Cities, he was still not as famous as Lin Tiandi. Later on, Lin Tiandi's prestige soared even higher. Even when Li Chia's name came to the southern region, he was still overshadowed by Lin Tiandi. Moreover, Li Chia had disappeared for a very long time. Even cultivators in the other 2 domains nearly forgot his name, let alone people from this region. Chapter 951, Jade Bee, Boom. 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 Powerful heartbeats resounded in the Draco house. They were coming from the Draco fruit. After days of Li Chia watering the fruit, it finally began to mature. It hung on the tree like a healthy, beating heart. Those ignorant would actually think that it was a heart. Boom. Eventually, a thunderous beat resounded. Those with a weak constitution would be stunned from the shock. It's time. Li Chia happily took out a plate after hearing this beat. Pop. The Draco fruit finally fell down from the tree and landed on Li Chia's special plate. He satisfyingly nodded and murmured, all of those preparations in the past were for this one day. With that, his gaze turned towards the distant hidden dragon mountains that stretched across the land and murmured, perhaps it is time for me to reap my harvest. He put away the fruit and said goodbye to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper actually accompanied him all the way to the base of the mountain. Li Chia said, farewells are inevitable. Go back, you don't have to see me off anymore. In the future, I will return to see the Su clan. I'll make sure that your clan will continue to strive into the future. Take care, sir. The old shopkeeper finally waved goodbye to Li Chia. He didn't turn around until Li Chia disappeared completely. Li Chia left Apricot Peak but didn't go to the Holy City or the God War Mountains. He slowly strolled through these mountain ranges one step at a time. Each step carried a different memory. Who knew that back then on this land, a great confrontation took place here? The ultimate force of all the races in the 9 worlds against the most powerful legion of the ancient Ming race. The ancient Ming side even had immortal Emperor Long Ming. The 2 armies had a standoff in this place, causing the worlds to tremble and the heaven and earth to lose their light. It ultimately ended with a horrifying battle. One ancient battlefield after another was dragged into this place and sealed this entire land. This battle was beyond imagination. In the end, only mountains of corpses were left. 1 inch of land, 1 liter of blood. This phrase was not an exaggeration to describe that battle. If the ancient battlefields were not dragged here with their supreme seals, the entire southern barren earth would have been rendered to dust. Li Qie felt quite uncomfortable as he slowly walked through these mountains. Beneath this land were many corpses. The lush rivers and trees of today were nourished by blood. On this land, his most trusted comrades fell along with his closest confidant. Those most loyal to him persevered to their very last breath. Too many had fallen in this place. Too many things were taken from him: friendship, loyalty, and Buzz. A bee suddenly flew in front of him before disappearing into the valley ahead. A jade bee? Li Qie's eyes narrowed at this sighting. It wasn't too different from an ordinary bee. The biggest distinction was that its stomach had a little green jade. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't notice it. Even if they saw the difference, they might not recognize its origin. But Li Qie was different. His knowledge allowed him to understand what these bees were used for right away. He immediately headed for the place the bee disappeared to. He flew through several hills and the buzzing of the bees became noisier. There were many jade bees flying around in this hilly region. Some had just returned from plucking flowers while others were going out for more. The increase in number confirmed Li Qie's speculation. He found that these bees were flying to the same location. So it's like this. Very few know about this method. Li Qie saw through the clues and became curious. He continued to follow the bees. Eventually, he followed these bees into a remote valley. A flowery fragrance rushed into his nose. There was nothing but flowers in this location. Jade bees were dancing around and busily collected pollen from the flowers. One could see trunks containing beehives everywhere. Li Qie stood in the valley and slowly scanned the area. Eventually, he saw someone. Amidst the flowers was a busy woman. She was dressed plainly just like a village girl. She tied her hair with a wooden pin in the middle. She wore no makeup or any other adornments. Despite her plain style, it was still difficult to hide her beauty. Beneath the ordinary clothing was an eye-catching and temptatious figure. She had an indescribable aura around her as if she was a refreshing, limpid spring. From her slightly pouting lips, one could see that she could be stubborn and determined as if nothing could deter her pace. She had a serious expression while dealing with the weeds among the flowers and didn't spot Li Qie's arrival. He continued to stand near the flowers to quietly gaze at her every action. It seemed that in his eyes, everything she did was quite beautiful. After a while, she finally stood up and saw Li Qie with her clear eyes. She only paused for a bit before crouching down again to continue her task. Li Qie smiled and leisurely said, "It's a nice idea, beekeeping to take their honey. Not too many people know this particular technique." The crouching woman froze for a second after hearing this. She stood up to look at him again. There was a cold glint in her pretty eyes that disappeared in a split second. "You shouldn't stare at me like that." Li Qie smiled. "I bear no ill will, or else you wouldn't be standing there right now." She responded, "Who are you? Who sent you here?" Her questions were also crisp with a particular rhythm. Li Qie. Li Qie stated his name in a friendly manner. The woman tilted her head and pondered for a bit. She had never heard of this name before. Nevertheless, she continued to glare at him. Without a doubt, she was very cautious of him. "I'm a bit curious. In the Crimson Night Kingdom or even the entire barren earth, the sunset glow scripture is everywhere. Maybe even every single Crimson Knight citizen has one. Li Chia smiled, but fewer than few people know how to keep these bees for their honey. Perhaps even for many millions of years, no one has done this. Where did you learn this from? The woman was startled after hearing his claim. She took one step backward and gathered the energy in her body as if she was ready to erupt at this very moment. There's no need to be hostile. If I wanted to hurt you, I could take you down in 1 second. Not to mention that there is still a gap until you reach Paragon, but even if you were one, I could still deal with you easily, trust me. Li Chia chuckled. The woman remained hostile towards Li Chia, but he didn't seem to mind. He continued on, you did a good job cultivating the sunset glow scripture. Your Dao foundation is truly pure. But your offensive skills are quite mediocre. If my guess is correct, you rarely train in offense. You are strong, but in my eyes, your destructive ability is not worth mentioning, understand? The woman eventually put away her antagonism. Her aura calmed down and became spiritual like before. After looking at him for a while, she finally revealed her name, Yuanyuan. Li Chia began again, despite the scripture's pervasive nature, no one has truly cultivated it in earnest before, especially in the Crimson Knight Kingdom. Yuanyuan didn't respond to his claim. Li Chia continued, since the ancient ages, only immortal Emperor Qi cultivated this scripture to grand completion. However, I heard that even the Emperor did not use this beekeeping method to collect the glow. She looked at him and drily said, so what? This prompted him to smile, I'm just curious, that's all. I see several different merit laws on you. Moreover, they are only from the Crimson Knight Kingdom. What's even more interesting is that they are elementary laws from the country's imperial family. Chapter 952, Yuanyuan. Li Chia continued on while looking at her. To be able to cultivate the scripture to this level, it seems like geniuses are nothing compared to you. However, why is it that a disciple who can reach this level only has the beginner-level merit laws of the Crimson Knight's imperial family? This is quite interesting. There are many interesting things in this world, it's nothing to make a fuss about. Yuanyuan answered. Li Chia gently shook his head. It wouldn't be surprising if you were a vagrant cultivator, as it's a different story for someone who can cultivate the elementary merit laws of the imperial family. Unless all of them are blind, those old monsters should have been able to see your talents. He looked at her and smiled, let me take a guess. No need to guess, the world is full of unknowns. Yuanyuan was still calm and seemed to be a bit bored. Li Chia continued on, not necessarily. With me, everything can change in the future. Miss C, if I am not mistaken, you come from a side branch of the Crimson Knight, a very distant branch in fact. You weren't exposed to very many merit laws, so your choices were limited. However, you have a persistent Dao heart. Ever since you obtained the Sunset Glow scripture, the purest primordial law from your blood race, you began to defeat all the young talents in your country. Yuanyuan wanted to interject, but she chose to stay quiet instead. Li Chia went on, a genius like you is worth grooming in any sect. However, you still didn't gain any support. Thus, there was only one possibility. Your presence had an impact on the future successor of the country. Although you belong to a side branch, you have the bloodline of the imperial family flowing through you. Your ancestor must be someone from the imperial family, and they even carried the bloodline of immortal Emperor Qi Yi. These are only your speculations. Yuanyuan had to comment. However, judging from her expression, he was right. A person like you is a genius for the country. Alas, this is not a good thing for the young members of the imperial family due to the inevitable competition in each generation. A person like you did not gain support from any side. Li Chia paused for a bit here. However, the country was unwilling to give up such a genius. Thus, they summoned you to the imperial family and let you cultivate the elementary laws, calling it a trial. Of course, the reality was that they were purposely suppressing you, unwilling to allow you to train in the core techniques, not even the emperor laws. Your speculation might not be right. She slowly commented. Really? Li Qie continued on, I don't think so. Any knowledgeable ancestor would understand that your future was very promising if you cultivated emperor laws. In such a scenario, you would be able to compete with the other dukes for the position of successor. He leisurely smiled and went on, if I am not mistaken, the imperial family's first branch right now is Qi. They even support their claim by saying they have the bloodline of the primal ground. If, one day, the throne belongs to someone with the last name Si, naturally the group of the ancestors behind everything wouldn't want such a thing. Si Yuanyuan was very quiet at this time because Li Qie was completely correct. She really did come from a side branch with the direct bloodline from immortal Emperor Qi Yi. Although her cultivation was solid and powerful at this moment, there were many people in the imperial family who didn't want her to reach a level capable of competing for the throne. For ages now, the reason for many sects' demise, outside of powerful enemies, is because of internal power struggles. Li Qie softly sighed. How many people would have the great temperament to willingly hand over their power to others? Those who would cede their power to someone more capable for the sake of their nation's development are all incredible sages. At this point, Si Yuanyuan stared at Li Qie with caution and fear in her eyes. It was too terrifying that he could see through everything about her from just a casual glance. Anyone would shiver at such a thought. I have no malicious intent towards you, there's no need to be so wary of me. Li Qie was aware of her attitude. He smiled and said, on the contrary, I am interested in you. In what sense? She still stared at him with prudence. Of course, Li Qie's expression showed that he was not just teasing her. Come with me. Li Qie chuckled, then made a proposition. You are wasting your youth by staying at Crimson Night. You are better off following me. I can give you things that they can't. A few of them do not want you to vie for the royal throne. Plus, you are not happy with the status quo, you're unwilling to be at their mercy, to be suppressed at their whim. I am a disciple of Crimson Night. Willing or not, I will not leave it and definitely will not oppose it. I am its child and I shall die as its child. She answered with a very calm tone. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. If you were willing, then you wouldn't have left the country to raise bees in this place. Li Qie stopped for a moment. Plus, I am neither telling you to leave Crimson Night nor to oppose it. You should know that you are walking down the path of stagnation. It is an affront to your potential. You need to break through and find a great teacher. Si Yuanyuan's eyes turned serious as she pondered for a moment. Li Qie was absolutely correct. She didn't hate Crimson Night, but she also felt indignant. This was not due to hatred but rather her future aspirations. She didn't want to stop here. Her goal on the path of cultivation should be much further, just like the wise sages or the ancestors standing at the apex. Si Yuanyuan calmly spoke. Why do you want me? She was not a competitive person, but she was not weak either. There was stubbornness inside her gentle nature. This is a bad habit of mine. I really appreciate talents, especially people with a strong Tao heart. Li Qie smiled. In terms of talents, you are not supreme. However, you are quite determined. This allowed you to truly understand the mysteries and profundities of the sunset glow scripture. This is much easier said than done. I will not work for an outsider. Despite the gentle tone, she was very firm on this. Li Qie patiently smiled. Miss, if I truly wanted you to work for me, then the choice wouldn't be up to you. In fact, I have no intention of doing so. I'm not looking down on you, but if I am inviting generals, you are definitely not a good candidate. Your Tao foundation is very pure and you have great potential. Alas, you are not someone who understands how to attack nor do you have the foresight necessary to strategizing. You are only fit to be a pure expert, a true cultivator. Li Qie took his time explaining, but Si Yuanyuan slowly shook her head. I appreciate your kind thoughts, but I don't plan to follow you. Don't refuse so fast, wait until you see my gift before saying no. Li Qie smiled and opened his mind. Clank. A series of Tao runes flew towards Si Yuanyuan. Don't refuse them, let this be my greeting gift to you. Li Qie spoke. Si Yuanyuan wanted to dodge, but these Dao runes quickly disappeared inside her forehead. They entered her sea of memories and began to change. She immediately turned aghast after seeing this. She was quite frightened and took several thumping steps back. This was a big shock to her. This is impossible. She took a deep breath and stared at Li Qie in disbelief. Since you have cultivated the sunset glow scripture to this level, you should know a few things as well. Li Qie said, the scripture is the original book of your blood clan. In fact, it can also be considered to be your clan's primordial merit law. Unfortunately, a regrettably few number of people were able to cultivate its real essence. Immortal Emperor Qi Yi is one of them. He looked straight at her. What I just taught you is the primordial Tao law of your race. I believe I don't need to say more about its benefits. On top of the sunset glow scripture, if you could also cultivate the primordial Tao law of your race, must I speak more about your future potential on the path towards the grand Tao? Li Qie smiled. Si Yuanyuan contemplated quietly once more. For her, this primordial Tao was more precious than emperor laws or even heaven's will secret laws. It was completely suitable for her Tao foundation. This would allow her to return to the source, a type of atavism. She solemnly asked, "Who are you?" She definitely didn't think that he was a nobody at this point. Who I am is not important. I just want to say that I can give you a future and earn your trust. One day, you will understand that letting this opportunity go would be the biggest mistake of your life. Li Qie claimed. Li Qie continued on while looking at her. To be able to cultivate the scripture to this level, it seems like geniuses are nothing compared to you. However, why is it that a disciple who can reach this level only has beginner-level merit laws from the Crimson Knight's imperial family? This is quite interesting. There are many interesting things in this world, it's nothing to make a fuss about. Si Yuanyuan answered. Li Qie gently shook his head. It wouldn't be surprising if you were a vagrant cultivator. However, someone who can cultivate the elementary merit laws from the imperial family is a different story. Unless all of them are blind, those old monsters should have been able to see your talents. He looked at her and smiled. Let me take a guess. Chapter 953, Si Yuanyuan's decision. Si Yuanyuan stared at Li Qie for a long time before asking, "What do you want me to do?" No one believed that a free lunch existed in this world. What do you think I can get from you? Your beauty? Talent? Strength? Li Qie smiled and shook his head. While it is true that you have a lot of potential, you aren't the most exceptional in my eyes. You don't need to do anything for me. In a way, I can't give you anything either, outside of introducing you to the primordial law of your blood race. What's next is up to you. I don't understand. Si Yuanyuan shook her head and grimaced. She couldn't be blamed. Anyone else would be quite cautious at this development. The two of them didn't know each other, this was their first meeting. Nevertheless, Li Qie was still willing to teach her the blood race's primordial law as well as take her under his wing. How could there be such a good opportunity with no cost? Si Yuanyuan's brows furrowed in contemplation. After a bit, she asked, "We don't know each other and this is our first meeting, why do you want to pass this merit law down to me?" Li Qie smiled and said, "If you must think that I have an ulterior motive, then you can think about it this way, this is for the blood race, for the human race, and especially for the 9 worlds. Perhaps the day will come when the fallen beneath the abyss will rise again, when your blood race becomes engulfed in darkness. I believe that they will need a great person to lead them." What is this fallen beneath the abyss? Si Yuanyuan didn't understand his answer. This topic involves too many things, even the origin of your blood race. Li Qie explained, "You don't need to know for now. If such a day comes, I believe you will come to understand." But before he finished his explanation, Li Qie disappeared in the blink of an eye. Near the entrance by a bush of flowers, a head was popping in and out to catch glimpses of the entire valley. This was the Crimson Knight Duke who was blown away by Arcane Guru's sleeve. He was bedridden for a long time after the attack and was truly resentful about the whole matter. He couldn't provoke an existence like Arcane Guru, so he placed all of his hatred onto Li Chia instead. Recently, he tried to find Li Chia's whereabouts. At the same time, Li Chia took his time strolling through this area and didn't try to hide his position, so the Duke came running. "What are you looking for?" "Me?" As he was still peeking his head out to take a look, a leisurely voice suddenly came from behind him. The voice startled him. He immediately turned around and saw Li Chia, prompting him to yell, "It's you." Li Chia looked at the Duke. "So? Following me all this way, are you tired of living?" Meeting one's enemy again was definitely an emotional matter. The Duke's eyes turned fierce as he coldly spoke, "Tired of living? It's you who is ignoring the accepting heavens and barging into the unwelcoming hell." During his period of tracking, he became certain that Li Chia was an ordinary person. Without the presence of an expert like Arcane Guru, the Duke became bolder. The hatred in his heart wouldn't go away until he killed this nobody. "This sentence seems to apply more to you." Li Chia smiled. Good, such a big tone. A feeble ant dares to bluster in front of me. If I don't kill you today, I wouldn't be the Crimson Knight Duke." He believed that without the Guru present, no one would know if he killed Li Chia in this desolate place. "Duke, don't. You really aren't his match." As the Duke became more audacious, a calm voice resounded. Si Yuanyuan made her appearance. Senior Sister Si, the bold Duke took an alarmed step backward at the sight of her. He calmed down and looked at Li Chia, then glanced over at Si Yuanyuan. He sneered and spoke words with a thinly veiled meaning. "Sister Si, the ancestors have been searching for you for a long time now. I was also ordered to come here to look for you. If something happens to me, the ancestors will know that I've been to this place." The Duke's words were too obvious. He was implying that if Si Yuanyuan wanted to kill him, the ancestors would find out right away. Si Yuanyuan was not angry after hearing him. She slightly frowned and spoke, "Duke, you are too paranoid. It is not too late to leave right now." The Duke looked at the two again with uncertainty. He wanted to kill Li Chia, but he was also very afraid of Si Yuanyuan. Although he came from the imperial family and Si Yuanyuan came from a side branch, she was very powerful. Otherwise, the main descendant of the imperial family, Qi Zixian, wouldn't be so wary of her. Li Chia glanced at the hesitating Duke and spoke, "I'm in a good mood right now, and since Miss Si has pleaded for you, scram." The Duke snorted in response. He told Si Yuanyuan before leaving, "Sister Si, don't forget to return to the kingdom. The ancestors miss you." He turned around and left after that. He was worried that she might change her mind. After he disappeared outside of the valley entrance, Li Chia looked at Si Yuanyuan. "You shouldn't have let him go. Now you won't be able to hide in this place anymore." Si Yuanyuan paused for a moment before answering, "We disciples of Crimson Knight are taught not to kill each other. I have the responsibility to protect him. Unfortunately, he does not share the same sentiment." Li Chia gently shook his head. "It isn't too late for you to follow me right now." Si Yuanyuan mused it over. She turned around to look at the flower valley behind her and felt a bit sad. She understood that after the Duke left, the ancestors were certain to come to this place. However, she didn't want to go back to Crimson Knight right now. "Where are we going?" Eventually, she made her decision and took the next step. Li Chia looked at the horizon and slowly said, "The Holy City." "The Holy City." Si Yuanyuan's expression quickly shifted. "Our kingdom's largest external division is located right in the Holy City. Going there is the same as jumping into a net. You just need to follow me. Crimson Knight can't do anything to me." Li Chia nonchalantly claimed. Such a nonchalant sentence was full of overbearing confidence. Even Si Yuanyuan, who only came to know him recently, felt a sense of safety at hearing this. "I'm actually more afraid that your kingdom won't come to bother me at the Holy City this time around." With that, he looked at her for a bit before continuing, "If you want, I can give you the Thunder Tower. Her expression sank after hearing this. She gently shook her head to refuse. I don't want to harm any disciples of the kingdom. I agreed to follow you, not to oppose Crimson Knight. Very well. He replied, then let us hope that your kingdom's disciples have eyes like yours. She gently sighed and curiously asked, you have a feud with the Crimson Knight, Duke? Feud? He isn't qualified for that. Li Chia gently shook his head, but if he wants to die, I can help him. The Duke is part of the imperial family, a distant relative of Qi Zixin. She warned, if you kill the Duke, I'm afraid that not only Qi Zixin, but the entire family will not let it go. So what? Li Chia answered dismissively as if he didn't care about such a thing. She continued, the backing behind Qi Zixin is no joke. The ancestor behind them is the storm god. In our kingdom or maybe even in the entire barren earth, no one dares to provoke ancestor storm. Storm god, right? Li Chia calmly said, I know who she is. She's the daughter of immortal Emperor Chen Shui, a vixen, that's all. Si Yuanyuan was speechless. The storm god didn't only have a high position in their kingdom, she was a very influential character across the southern region. Her stomp could cause the entire barren earth to tremble. She was immortal Emperor Chen Shui's second daughter. No one in this entire region would dare to offend her. Because Qi Zixin had such a backing, Si Yuanyuan couldn't obtain the grooming of the imperial family. In fact, some ancestors wanted to train her, but Si Yuanyuan was too big of a threat to Qi Zixin. At this moment, she was already a strong rival even before training in any emperor laws. Once she did, she would be much more powerful and control of the kingdom would fall into her grasp. Because of this, the ancestors from Qi Zixin's branch vetoed her entrance to the imperial family. This left the other ancestors who wanted to train her helpless since they couldn't oppose the pressure coming from the other branch. Come, it's time to go. Li Chia told Si Yuanyuan, as long as I'm here, the heaven and earth shall be vast and myriad Tao shall be smooth. This storm god or whatever, she's not worthy to be in my sight. With that, he walked outside the valley. Si Yuanyuan gently sighed. She had to keep up with him. She didn't know whether following Li Chia was the right choice or not, but she didn't have many options right now and wasting more time was not something she wished to do. Si Yuanyuan stared at Li Chia for a long time before asking, what do you want me to do? No one believed that a free lunch existed in this world. What do you think I can get from you? Your beauty? Talent? Strength? Li Chia smiled and shook his head. While it is true that you have a lot of potential, you aren't the most exceptional in my eyes. You don't need to do anything for me. In a way, I can't give you anything either outside of introducing you to the primordial law of your blood race. What's next is up to you. I don't understand. Si Yuanyuan shook her head and grimaced. She couldn't be blamed. Anyone else would be quite cautious at this development. The two of them didn't know each other as this was their first meeting. Nevertheless, Li Chia was still willing to teach her the blood race's primordial law as well as take her under his wing. How could there be such a good opportunity with no cost? Si Yuanyuan's brows furrowed in contemplation. After a bit, she asked, we don't know each other and this is our first meeting, why do you want to pass this merit law down to me? Li Chia smiled and said, if you must think that I have an ulterior motive, then you can think about it this way, this is for the blood race, for the human race, and especially for the 9 worlds. Perhaps the day will come when the fallen beneath the abyss will rise again, when your blood race becomes engulfed in darkness. I believe that they will need a great person to lead them. Chapter 954, Entering Holy City. The old Holy City resided next to the Hidden Dragon Mountains. Before this gigantic mountain range, even the huge city appeared to be tiny. One could feel its prosperity after entering. It was full of people and tall pavilions. Its vibrance would make people forget the way home. The city could be said to be the largest citadel in the barren earth. This place was filled with both mortals and cultivators. Moreover, the mortals here were used to the flying cultivators. Even if a cultivator rode a serpent through this place, the mortals here wouldn't be surprised at all. Although the barren earth was not the origin land of the human race, records state that it was one of the cities with the highest population of humans, and while the holy city was not humanity's first establishment, it was one of its most ancient enclaves. There were too many hidden clans in this land to count. Generation after generation, the city continued to produce countless big characters. There were even many immortal emperors that were related to the city in one way or another. At the beginning of the emperor's era, the city was mainly occupied by humans. As time passed, other races like the blood race and demon race started to slowly gather at the holy city as well. Li Qie and Si Yuanyuan walked inside the city. The prosperity of this place gave people different feelings. Looking at the streets full of pedestrians was exciting. The temptations of the stimulating mundane world permeated the area. Li Qie would become a bit emotional each time he came here. He murmured, "This is a city full of life. It makes people feel younger every time." This was also not Si Yuanyuan's first time here, but alas, each visit left people in awe of the city's charm and vitality. There were also too many secrets for people to figure out. This city didn't only have buildings and pavilions for mortals to dwell in, there were many old courtyards for the ancient clans. Some of these clans were as old as the city itself. These courtyards and mansions had existed since the city's establishment. There were even floating mountains and magical temples in the city. A city like this was definitely established on a treasure ground. Because of its magical properties, many lineages wanted to occupy the holy city. However, very few sects and imperial lineages were able to establish themselves in the city, even after millions of years. It was even more difficult for non-human sects to build a stronghold in this place. Experience showed that to a large extent, the holy city was presided over by its ancient and reclusive clans. Other lineages found it very difficult to enter. "We'll go to Tiger Hill," Li Qie told Si Yuanyuan. She was a bit surprised and asked, "Tiger Hill? Does young noble want to test your luck?" Li Qie was very mysterious in her eyes. It seemed that there was nothing he couldn't do. "No, just seeing a friend there." Li Qie smiled. "Of course, there is no harm in testing our luck there while we're at it." She stopped asking questions and only quietly followed right behind him. A bit later, Li Qie turned back to ask, "Have you been to the Thunder Tower before?" "Just once." Si Yuanyuan nodded. "I went with an ancestor, but I didn't climb to the top of the tower." Li Qie smiled. "The Thunder Tower is truly a good location. I must say, Immortal Emperor Qi Yi was quite smart back then." His descendant, Immortal Emperor Qin Shui, also inherited his ancestors' good qualities. He spent countless efforts so that your Crimson Knight Kingdom could have a foothold in the form of the Thunder Tower in the Holy City. He paused for a bit at this point before continuing, "If you want to take a look at the top of the tower, I can take you there to show you the ancient magicalness of the heaven and earth." She hesitated from speaking her mind. After a while, she finally answered, "I don't want to climb to the top. Just entering is more than enough for me." Li Qie smiled in response. "I understand what you are thinking. You simply do not want me to fight Crimson Knight, or rather, you don't want its disciples to die at my hands." She looked at Li Qie and spoke with some reservation. "My Crimson Knight is a dual emperor lineage renowned in the barren earth." Li Qie shook his head gently. "I know that you think I am just boasting, but dual emperor sects are nothing. I have destroyed many sects like that, too many to count, in fact." In her view, his attitude held no semblance to that of a braggart. This made her quite confused. How was it that someone who could speak about destroying dual emperor lineages was so unknown? The two headed for Tiger Hill. There were many people heading there, including groups of cultivators and even mortals. The dragon platform on top of Tiger Hill was a popular landscape in the holy city. It could even be considered a sacred ground that many cultivators wanted to visit. There was a particular belief passed down in the city. The two best treasure grounds in this place were the Dragon Platform and the Thunder Tower. The Dragon Platform had no owner at this moment. It belonged to the holy city, so anyone could climb it. On the other hand, the Thunder Tower belonged to the Crimson Night Kingdom. Moreover, not just any disciple could enter. In the past, the tower used to belong to an old clan in the city. Later on, when immortal Emperor Qi Yi was still in this world, he paid a sky-high price for the tower. Later on, after many generations of business and effort, the kingdom was finally able to use the tower to expand its foothold in the city. There were many legends about the dragon platform at Tiger Hill. One stated that the end of the dragon vein from the hidden dragon mountains was at this platform. Another one stated that during an ancient era, a golden dragon fought against an immortal tiger in this place. In the end, the tiger bit the dragon's neck while the dragon coiled around the tiger. Ultimately, both creatures died and their bodies turned into the two places eventually known to future descendants as Tiger Hill and the Dragon Platform. None of these legends could be verified. Nevertheless, many people believe the legend of the two mythical beasts because the geographical shapes of this location were too fitting for the story. Tiger Hill was a mountain inside the holy city. From the base to the peak, it truly resembled the image of a dragon fighting a tiger, ending in their deaths. Stone stairways reached all the way to the top. They circled around the peak, making the mountain look even more like a dragon coiling itself around a tiger. As for the peak, it looked like a dragon's head. It had its mouth open and was screaming from being bit in the neck by the tiger. As a result, this location was divided into two parts. Everything below the summit was considered Tiger Hill while the very top was called the Dragon Platform. Li Chia took Si Yuanyuan to the mountain, but they were stopped at the base. Only certain cultivators were allowed to climb. It was not just Li Chia's duo that was stopped. Many cultivators weren't happy, but after seeing the clothing of those cultivators, they didn't dare to voice their dissatisfaction. This was because all those cultivators guarding the mountain base belonged to the great sects of the Blood Devil tribe, such as the Half Moon Blood tribe, the Grand Palm Ancient Court, the Pure Blood School. The cultivators who were stopped, unhappy as they may be, didn't want to offend the Blood Devil tribe. In the southern barren earth, Blood Devil was the strongest tribe among the blood race. Outside of the human race, no other tribes were stronger than them. They were also very united. Offending this tribe was the same as offending the 35 great lineages behind them. This even included some imperial lineages. Today, we have booked the place. Our sect masters are debating the Tao on the Dragon Platform. Please return. A disciple immediately stopped Li Chia and Si Yuanyuan. Li Chia glanced at the disciples here and asked, "Since when did Tiger Hill and the Dragon Platform become the Blood Devil tribe's property?" This Tao discussion taking place at the Dragon Platform was agreed to by the Bai clan from the Holy City. The disciple coldly leered at Li Chia and uttered, "Even if this place is not our property, if we Blood Devils want to use this place for one day, who would dare to show dissent?" This declaration greatly annoyed the cultivators who wanted to climb to the Dragon Platform. However, they didn't say anything. In the end, the tribe had the power to be this arrogant. Li Chia didn't bat an eye at this threat. He declared, "There is no place that I can't go. A good dog does not block the way, scram for me. Ignorant fool. Who do you think you are? You dare to bluster in front of our Blood Devil tribe?" The disciples guarding the path were enraged. The rest of them were about to surround him for a beating. Li Chia acted as if it was no big deal to face off against the aggressive crowd forming around him. He smiled and asked Si Yuanyuan sarcastically, "Yuanyuan, how do you think I feel about the Blood Devil tribe?" The old holy city resided next to the hidden Dragon Mountains. Before this gigantic mountain range, even the huge city appeared to be tiny in comparison. One could feel its prosperity after entering. It was full of people and tall pavilions. Its vibrance would make people forget the way home. The city could be said to be the largest citadel in the barren earth. There were both mortals and cultivators in this place. Moreover, the mortals here were used to the flying cultivators. Even if a cultivator rode a serpent through this place, the mortals here wouldn't be surprised at all. Although the barren earth was not the origin land of the human race, and the holy city was not their first establishment, records state that it was one of the cities with the highest population of humans on top of being one of its most ancient enclaves. There were too many hidden clans in this land to count. For generations, the city produced countless big characters. There were even many immortal emperors that were related to the city in one way or another. Chapter 955, Tiger Hill. Li Qia's words attracted the attention of many bystanders. The cultivators who were annoyed at the Blood Devil tribe for stopping them but didn't dare to do anything were secretly cheering Li Qia on. They felt that his retort was way too cool and they secretly gave him a thumbs up. Some also stared at him in astonishment. This ordinary-looking junior had such a big tone. To dare to provoke the Blood Devils like this. They wondered whether he was a hidden master or just didn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Si Yuanyuan, on the other hand, smiled wryly. She hadn't known Li Qia for too long, but it seemed that he wasn't afraid of offending people. He didn't put anyone in his eyes, so now he provoked the Blood Devils right away. The guarding disciples were enraged. In their eyes, this public audacity from a junior was shaming their tribe. They must teach this brat a lesson to protect the prestige of their tribe. So presumptuous. A cold laughter sounded right after. A young man came forward while shouldering a sword that had a soaring sharp aura. He glared at Li Qia and uttered, "This marquis also wants to see who you are, daring to humiliate our Blood Devil tribe like this. Junior, reveal your name." "I will not kill a nobody." "Marquis," the disciples guarding the entrance immediately bowed respectfully to the newcomer. "Pure Blood School's Swift Sword Marquis." A cultivator at the base quivered after seeing the young man. Another murmured, "If the Swift Sword Marquis is here, then Qi Tianyu is most likely at the platform right now." This young man was called the Swift Sword Marquis. He came from the Pure Blood School and was Qi Tianyu's junior brother. People say that his quick draw was extremely fast. The moment his sword left its scabbard, would be the same moment someone's head would fly. Li Qia. Li Qia slowly uttered his name. The Swift Sword Marquis wondered for a moment before sneering, "I thought it would be someone cool, but it is just Schoolmaster Ye's errand boy. No wonder your tone is so haughty." "Errand boy?" Li Qia couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. It was indeed refreshing. "So it's that Li Qia. I heard he has been following Schoolmaster Yi all the time. No wonder why he is so arrogant, he has the schoolmaster as his backing." The cultivators here pointed at him and commented. However, Li Qia was completely indifferent to the whispers. He leisurely stood there and didn't bother dispelling the misunderstanding of him being an errand boy. The Swift Sword Marquis coldly spoke, "Schoolmaster Yi is worthy of admiration, but this isn't a place where an errand boy like you can come and run wild." "I'll run wild wherever I feel like." Li Qia lazily told the Marquis, "Come if you aren't convinced." With that, he didn't bother taking another glimpse at the Marquis. He turned and headed for the hill. The guarding disciples immediately blocked his path while the Marquis' eyes flashed with a murderous glint. "Schoolmaster Yi is an invited honored guest. If young noble Li is together with Schoolmaster Yi, he can also come to the dragon platform." A pleasant voice appeared at this time. A sweet fragrance traveled with the wind. A woman appeared and the disciples from the Blood Devil tribe, including the Marquis, all bowed to greet her. "Half Moon Princess." A spectator shuddered. Another murmured, "If the princess is here as well, then it seems like all the geniuses of the Blood Devil tribe have gathered here today." Since the princess spoke on Li Qia's behalf, even the Marquis didn't dare to say anything. In terms of status and position, the princess was on the same level as his senior brother, Qi Tianyu. However, she didn't help Li Qia because she was a nice person or wanted to befriend him. It was because of Yi Chuyun. In her view, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. For this Dao discussion taking place on the dragon platform, both Qi Tianyu and Yi Chuyun were invited. Naturally, the princess didn't want Qi Tianyu and Yi Chuyun to have a chance of being together. If a rival like Li Qia was stuck between these two, then Qi Tianyu wouldn't have an opportunity to get closer to Yi Chuyan. Li Qie naturally knew what the princess was thinking. He didn't even bother saying thanks and climbed the stairs with Si Yuanyuan. Your Highness, this uncouth ignorant brat should be taught a lesson. The Swift Sword Marquis was indignant for the princess since Li Qie didn't show any gratitude. The princess only smiled and asked, Is Dao brother Qi here as well? Princess, senior brother is already at the platform. He is the host this time and is waiting for everyone else to arrive. The Marquis quickly answered, Please go ahead, Princess. I will be here to wait for brother Bai Jian's group. Sounds good, I will go speak with Dao brother Qi. The princess was visibly happy hearing that Qi Tianyu was already there. She quickly flew to the top of the platform. Li Qie didn't fly to the top like the princess. He walked slowly on the stairway while gently touching the wall along the steps. These steps went on and on as if a dragon was coiling around this mountain. Moreover, they were not man-made but were formed through a natural process. While touching the wall, he climbed the steps one by one in a very slow manner. It was as if he was trying to fuse with the beat of this world. However, no one could see what was so special about this manner of travel. It seemed that it was just another fella climbing the flight of stairs. Young noble is trying to comprehend the Tao of Tiger Hill? Si Yuanyuan curiously asked while walking right behind him. Enlightenment at Tiger Hill, treasures on the dragon platform. This was a saying that had been passed down for a very long time. For millions of years now, many had come to this location in search for the Tao and fortunes. However, very few were able to obtain anything of value. In later ages, a regrettably few number of people were truly enlightened here. Thus, this saying became more of a folktale, nothing more. Li Qie gently shook his head while continuing his business. It is not so easy to be enlightened at Tiger Hill. One can't comprehend the Grand Tao here in just 1 or 2 days. Young noble is aware of something here? Even though Li Qie denied desiring the Grand Tao, a smart girl like Si Yuanyuan was still able to see some clues. Well, perhaps, just a little bit. Li Qie smiled and continued forward. However, the Grand Tao here isn't something that I want. It is not important to me. However, rumor has it that immortal Emperor Jiao Heng comprehended the Tao in this place. Furthermore, they even say that his supreme Tao came from here. Si Yuanyuan couldn't help but speak after hearing Li Qie's refusal. Who was immortal Emperor Jiao Heng? He was someone who was undefeated throughout his entire life. Some even called him the greatest emperor across all the eons. Even if this claim was not true, he was the only person among the emperors that was undefeated. Due to the legend that his invincible supreme Tao came from this place, Tiger Hill and the Dragon Platform became all the rage for many generations. During the Desolate Era and even the Desolate Expansion Era, many cultivators came running here to learn the Tao. However, very few yielded any notable harvest. This caused fewer and fewer people to come here since it was a fruitless endeavor. That's just a baseless assertion. Who is Jiao Heng? He was invincible for a lifetime. Do you think he came here and sat down then immediately found the unbeatable Grand Tao? This is just a path already trod by the ancient people. To be as untouchable as immortal Emperor Jiao Heng requires endless torturous training, not something you can comprehend right away. Li Qie leaned on the wall and shook his head. However, it is true that immortal Emperor Jiao Heng did come here and obtain some benefits. There are items beyond your imagination here, but the time is not yet ripe. He continued forward while feeling the pulse of this place. In the beginning, Si Yuanyuan suspected that Li Qie was searching for a Tao. However, as she maintained the same pace as he did right behind him, she came to find that Tao's searching was not his intention. He was knocking as if wanting to wake something up. There was a kind of rhythm, a pulse with his steps, but she couldn't pinpoint any further details. Nevertheless, she had an indescribable feeling that she was hearing a heartbeat along with his pace. It seemed as if a heart existed in this location. With each knock, this stopped heart suddenly jumped again. She was not completely certain of this and even felt that it was only an illusion. After a long time, she finally asked with some doubts, Is this a type of pulse? Not bad. Li Qie smiled and nodded. No wonder you could cultivate the sunset glow scripture to such a level. Just your awareness alone is beyond the reach of many geniuses. Only someone with a pure Tao heart like you would be able to sense this pulse. This has nothing to do with the level of cultivation or concentration. Li Qie slowly preached. Many people are charmed by the supreme grand Tao or emperor laws, so they are no longer able to use their mind to purely listen to the origin of the grand Tao. This in turn makes them miss out on many things. Chapter 956, Dragon Platform. Li Qie was trying to steer Si Yuanyuan on the right path. Of course, she couldn't feel the true pulse here because this was a secret relating to the hill, the hidden dragon mountains, and even the holy city. She curiously asked again, if young noble's knocking isn't for enlightenment, then what is it for? Li Qie smiled. Enlightenment at Tiger Hill, treasures on the dragon platform. These are indeed not just empty words. To be precise, they are not two separate events. Without climbing Tiger Hill, how could one reach the dragon platform? Young noble is saying that in order to obtain the treasures, one must climb Tiger Hill? That it is impossible to obtain the treasures by forcefully climbing up to the dragon platform? She quickly replied. That's one way to put it. Of course, climbing Tiger Hill does not guarantee treasures at the end. Li Qie shook his head. The items here cannot be obtained overnight through comprehension. So is it true that people have obtained treasures on the platform? Si Yuanyuan inquired again with great interest. Everyone knew about the popular phrase, but no one knew whether someone had actually obtained treasure or not. Treasures. The dragon platform doesn't only have one or two treasures. Some of them are quite unfathomable. In fact, a small yet exceptional group was able to obtain a few treasures. He stood to the side and elaborated. Among them, the most incredible treasure was won by immortal Emperor Xuexi. Because he obtained the treasure from this place, he was able to escape from several mortal dangers along his arduous path. The Marquis guffawed as well before bringing the group to the top. As Li Qie continued his ascent, the sensation that only he could feel became stronger. He couldn't help but stare at the hidden dragon mountains in the distance. Its dragon-like contours gave an indescribable and suppressive feeling, as if it was a sleeping dragon. Just like I thought. What is causing this? He murmured with his gaze still on the mountains. He understood why the guru talked about the natal beat in that place. The truth was that it was not a real heartbeat, but the guru didn't know about this particular secret. As the dark crow, Li Qie had studied the mountains before. However, this change exceeded his calculations. It was happening much sooner than he had estimated. This puzzled him. What brought about this particular change? Eventually, they finally made it past all the stone steps and reached the dragon platform. The platform was at the summit of the hill. From a quick glance, it resembled a dragon head roaring at the sky. Another section paved with stone appeared to be very flat as if it was a training field. There was a big cave along this flat peak with many sharp stone pillars jutting out from within. Looking downward at it, it seemed to be bottomless, reaching all the way down to the deepest depths of the earth. This was the part that resembled a dragon's mouth. It had a great origin story. Legend states that there was an incredible treasure trove down there, but only the fated ones were able to obtain them. No one dared to go straight down despite the rumors. This was out of fear due to past examples. Many had gone down before, including god kings. However, no one made it out alive. No one knew why, but in short, those who fell down wouldn't be able to come back out. They would disappear completely, as if they had vanished into thin air. Later on, only the well-known phrase about the treasures here was left. People seldom heard about those in generations long past who actually obtained something from this place. Li Qie couldn't help but smile after stepping onto the platform since he had mastered the beat of this area. It was just like back then when he brought immortal Emperor Xuexi to this place. He could definitely take another treasure, but as for which one, that was up to fate. Si Yuanyuan glanced around and saw many people gathering on the platform. All of them were young experts of the southern regions, many of whom were considered geniuses. The Blood Devil tribe was the leader here. There were also experts from the demon and human races. However, they were scarce in number. Chapter 957, The Provocative Crowd. Oh, our little errand boy finally crawled up. A derisive comment came out the moment Li Qie set foot on the platform. The swift-sword marquis sneered sarcastically. I wonder if our little boy gained any magical arts from his struggle to climb up? He was full of malice with his deliberate attempts to mock Li Qie. He wanted Li Qie to become angry so that he would have an excuse to teach Li Qie a lesson. Daring to steal his senior brother's woman? There would be no good end for Li Qie. Li Qie paid him no mind. His eyes fell on the huge cave that resembled a ferocious dragon's mouth. For millions of years after being battered by rain and wind, it remained the same. The swift-sword marquis continued, Yo, this little errand boy doesn't have any skill, but his self-restraint is definitely first-rate. Definitely a good characteristic for a turtle. At this time, many people glanced over at Li Qie. The majority of the young experts here were from the blood race. From the marquis taunting, they more or less knew about the matter between Li Qie and Yi Chuyun. Of course, not everyone believed that Li Qie was her errand boy. They could easily see that the marquis was purposely ridiculing him in order to force a fight. With that, the marquis could destroy his brother's rival in love. Li Qie ignored him and continued to stare at the giant cave. He walked towards it step by step with a strange peculiarity. Each step had an indescribable rhythm. Others didn't pay any attention to his steps. Si Yuan was the only one who was completely focused on him walking since she could sense the fluctuations. She tried to realize the meaning behind his actions. As Li Qie was fast approaching the seating area of their gathering, a young man stood up and coldly uttered, This is the place where I discuss the Tao with the other capable people. Not any random dog or cat can come here. His long hair was fluttering with the wind to accentuate his slender and tall figure. Although he was not the muscular type, his physical seemed to be full of power and radiated a solar aura. He was the pure-blood school's descendant, Qi Tianyu. He inherited the purest bloodline of the school, so his body had a faint violet aura. As the host, he had invited many youths to the dragon platform. Outside of the discussions, they wanted to build friendships and talk about the treasures in this place. His ambition was quite great since he aimed to use the group to comprehend Tiger Hill and the dragon platform to earn an achievement no less than those before him. The group was standing around the cave while Li Qie walked straight towards him. Qi Tianyu was naturally not happy with this new intruder. Moreover, Li Qie was his rival in love. After hearing Qi Tianyu, the swift-sword marquis immediately knew what to do. He was just waiting for his senior brother's order before cutting Li Qie down. He blocked Li Qie's path and coldly said, An errand boy should know where he stands. This is the place of masters, scram to the side and serve. If you overstep your boundaries, I will break your dog legs. Li Qie's eyes narrowed after he felt the pulse of this location. A murderous glint bloomed instantly. At this moment, the swift-sword marquis was no different from a dead man in his eyes. Prior to this, he simply didn't care for the marquis taunts. Who would actually care about an insect parading before them? But this time, the marquis was interfering with his business. No matter who they might be, those who block his path shall be killed without mercy. Swift-sword marquis, who are you referring to? At this time, a pleasant yet commanding voice appeared. A woman arrived from the sky like a lotus blossoming in a river. She was both charming and elegant. Schoolmaster Yi is here, someone uttered in surprise. Everyone quickly stood up to come and greet her. Even the marquis was startled and went through the formalities as well. Yi Chuyun drifted through the sky with grace beyond words, as pretty as always. Despite her young age, her status was half a generation higher than the people here since she made her debut earlier than Qi Tianyu and Bai Jian. Among the 5 saints of the blood race, only the sky-bearing monarch was from the same generation as her. She was the first among the younger generation to become a virtuous paragon. Thus, she had a pivotal position among her peers and even the rest of the barren earth. Those who came forward to greet her were mostly her suitors and admirers. This was especially true for Qi Tianyu. He became very spirited after seeing her. He straightened his back and confidently showed off his most charming side. It is an honor to have Schoolmaster Yi personally come to our little get-together. Tianyu has many questions on the road of cultivation. I hope that Schoolmaster Yi will be able to give me some pointers. Qi Tianyu smiled and greeted Yi Chuyun. Even Bai Jian, who hailed from an imperial lineage, didn't dare to show any slight. He personally came forward with a friendly smile. If even Brother Tianyu has to ask you for help, then the rest of us will have to listen to the side as your students. In this place, Schoolmaster Yi is indeed the best in terms of cultivation. Please sit in the master seat. The other young geniuses quickly came to say their part along with many praises. For some of them, meeting her once was already a blessing. Those who adored her were truly excited and even intoxicated. She stepped onto the dragon platform and gently nodded her head. Everyone is too kind. Having said that, she didn't stop at all and instantly went next to Li Chia with a smooth shift. I had too many things to deal with beforehand, so this little sister arrived late. Please excuse me, brotherly. Yi Chuyun spoke softly while standing next to Li Chia. She spoke with the manner not of an extraordinary paragon or an untouchable schoolmaster, but a gentle and virtuous woman. Good to see you here. Li Chia gently nodded and continued to walk towards the hole in the ground while feeling the fluctuations of the platform. Yi Chuyun, on the other hand, followed right behind him. This prompted many geniuses to glance at each other. Qi Tianyu's smile was frozen stiff at the moment, so the atmosphere became quite strange. The swift-sword marquis who wanted to act in his brother's stead earlier didn't dare to act presumptuously. He was only a junior before Yi Chuyun. Bai Jian only smiled and shook his head. It was hard to diffuse this situation, so everyone felt a bit embarrassed and awkward. Among the crowd, only the half-moon princess was secretly glad. This was what she wanted to see the most. If Li Chia and Yi Chuyun were really going to be a pair, then Qi Tianyu would have to give up sooner or later. This meant that there was a chance for her to get together with him. In her opinion, no one else was a better match for Qi Tianyu than her. They both came from the Blood Devil tribe and their two great sects were equals. Moreover, the seniors in their sects also wanted the two of them to become Dao companions. Puzzled glances were shot across the crowd. Those who admired Yi Chuyun were at a bigger loss. They and even Qi Tianyu thought that she was here to participate in their get-together. They didn't expect Li Chia to be her reason for coming. This made them quite uncomfortable and caused them to view Li Chia as their enemy in love. Li Chia had taken several laps around the hole at this time with a particular rhythm. Meanwhile, both Yi Chuyun and Si Yuanyuan followed right after him. The difference between the two was that Yi Chuyun seemed to be much more caring and considerate towards him. This scene left Qi Tianyu very upset as a storm of jealousy erupted in his heart. This only grew stronger after seeing Yi Chuyun's gentle eyes glossing over Li Chia's back. Jealousy was gnawing his heart to pieces. Do you actually think you can obtain some treasures? He coldly snorted in order to put down Li Chia. Li Chia stopped and glanced at him before smiling and responded dismissively, so what? Enlightenment from Tiger Hill and treasures from the Dragon platform. This is an ordinary matter. Ha 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 ha, Qi Tianyu couldn't help but laugh. Enlightenment from Tiger Hill and treasures from the Dragon platform. That depends on the person. It is only a fool's dream unless they are as brilliant as an immortal emperor. Brother, a fool does not know that he is dreaming. He actually thinks that he is brilliant enough to be the future immortal emperor. The swift-sword marquis naturally came to his brother's aid and spoke sarcastically, but he doesn't know that his actions only make him a laughingstock to the world. Just a clown, that's all. The other young geniuses stood there watching. They didn't know or recognize Li Chia. Those who liked Yi Chuyun were also very happy to see Qi Tianyu teach Li Chia a lesson. Yi Chuyun looked at them and slightly grimaced. A few people were suicidal. Nothing could stop these types of people from rushing to their deaths. Li Qie raised his brows and coldly said, "Watch your mouth or you won't even know the reason for your death." "Is that so?" Qi Tianyu answered before the Marquis, "I also want to see who dares to threaten my pure blood school at the barren earth. Who is courageous enough to antagonize my school? Only death awaits those who dare to do so. Be smart and return from whence you came." Chapter 958, Obtaining Dragon Platform's Treasure. Father and son for war, trusted brothers to fight a tiger. Qi Tianyu was also supporting his junior brother at this point. Once the golden light disappeared, a treasure could be found in Li Qie's hand. He grabbed the item flying out from inside the light with incredible speed. This treasure resembled a little golden dragon. It emitted golden rays that resembled willow branches that were seemingly filled with life. Before everyone could see what it was, Li Qie took out a box and carefully stored the treasure inside. He smirked after doing so. Beneath this earth were too many good items. In the past, the ancient Ming failed to drain this land dry. Even the absolutely stunning immortal Emperor Tian Tu couldn't do so after personally coming here, let alone other people. The only thing that made him sad was that only one treasure would escape each time the trove was opened. It was impossible to take more than one item at a time. In just a brief moment, the platform turned extremely quiet. Many people had their mouths wide open and couldn't close them right away. They were all astounded by this event. After what seemed like an eternity, someone suddenly woke up from their daze and took a deep breath. Even at this moment, they couldn't believe their own eyes. This was simply too astonishing. A young expert murmured, This can't be real." Even though they had witnessed it themselves, they still found it unbelievable. Countless brilliant geniuses and god monarchs had tried to obtain something, but all of them failed to receive anything of value. The popular phrase became part of the legends for the future generations, but today, it actually happened. The legend played out before them in such a stunning manner. Bai Jian composed himself and muttered, "The legend is true. Immortal Emperor Shueshi obtained an incredible item from this place." As for the Swift Sword Marquis and Qi Tianyu, their expressions kept on changing colors from white to red. Earlier, they wanted to take Li Qie's life, but now, they were violently slapped in the face. I recall that someone wanted to hand over his dog life. After putting away his box, Li Qie lazily glanced over at the Marquis. The Marquis stood still. At this moment, he was riding a tiger and had to follow through in this difficult and embarrassing situation. He couldn't commit suicide. Who didn't value their own life? But now, if he went back on his word, he would lose all of his reputation and wouldn't be able to show his face in the barren earth any longer. Chapter 959, Swift Sword Marquis. Quick draw. The Marquis expression suddenly turned ugly. He stood there not knowing what to do while the crowd was staring at him. Although Qi Tianyu really wanted to help his junior brother, he couldn't come up with any plan at this moment either. The Marquis couldn't go back on his word in public like this, or else he would lose all credit and be cast aside in the future. He gnashed his teeth and made his decision before slowly walking towards Li Qie while coldly uttering, "My life is right here, take it if you can." Backing out now? Too reluctant to commit suicide. Li Qie glanced at him and smiled. The Swift Sword Marquis drily said, "The strong should die in a suitable manner. Suicide is an affront to the soul of our Blood Devil tribe. Come kill me if you can. As long as you can take it, my life is yours." The Marquis was not willing to commit suicide, so he came up with this plan to let Li Qie come and kill him. Yi Chuyan coldly glared at him and spoke, "Shameless." The Marquis' expression kept on changing colors. However, he pretended not to hear her, for his life was too precious to him. "Schoolmaster Yi, according to our Pure Blood School's teachings, suicide is wasting one's life. Even after entering hell, the offender would be spit on by the souls of our ancestors. We only have people who die in battle, not cowards. Qi Tianyu quickly backed his brother up. Yi Chuyan only glanced at him without replying. Come, I won't attack, you can do as you please. As long as you have the ability, go ahead and take my life. The Marquis shouted at Li Qia. Such words were not well received by the crowd. Although they might seem heroic, anyone could see through them. This Li Qia was not much different than a mortal. Even if he was a cultivator, his cultivation wouldn't be strong at all. On the other hand, the Marquis was a famous young expert in this southern region with peerless speed. Even if he didn't attack and let Li Qia do as he pleased, Li Qia still wouldn't be able to take his life. Since it was impossible for Li Qia to do so, his words were only heroic and straightforward on the surface. He had already calculated this much. Li Qia looked at him and smirked, so after all that, it is just that you don't want to die. Very well, I am someone who likes to break other people's fantasies and crush their hope. If you don't want to die, I'll make you die in agonizing despair. Since your title is Swift Sword, this means that your swordplay is very fast. Very well. Li Qia smiled, I'll stand in front of you and you can make the first move. If your sword is faster than me, you win. Not only will you be able to save your life, you will also be able to take mine. At this point, Li Qia's smile widened like a rippling wave. It turned into a free yet gentle laughter. Others didn't understand this smile, but Yi Chuyun did. When Li Qia smiled like this, it meant death. It was a reaper's smile. No matter who they might be, they would surely die no matter how many rescuers came running to their aid. Many people on the platform stared at him in disbelief. This might have been the most insane thing they had ever heard, so absurd that they were doubting their own ears. Everyone knew that although the Marquis cultivation was not as strong as Qi Tianyu's, even his senior brother was not necessarily faster than him in terms of speed. But now, Li Qia wanted to compete in speed with the Marquis. This was simply crazy. They stared at Li Qia and thought that he was either a madman or someone hiding his ability. However, they were very skeptical because no matter how they looked at him, he just seemed like an ordinary mortal. Ha ha ha, the Swift Sword Marquis laughed wildly with the same gaze as everyone else, thinking that Li Qia was insane. Good, good. Even a junior like you is looking down on me. Very well, if you are so confident, then what else can I say? Deference is no substitute for obedience. With that, his eyes lit up while gazing at Li Qia. If my sword isn't as fast as you, then there's no need for you to do anything, I will jump down into the cave. Even Qi Tianyu revealed a cold grin at this moment. The situation had reversed. Li Qia was foolish to the point where he would help the Marquis recover from his difficult situation by courting death. Competing in speed with his junior brother? Qi Tianyu sneered at the sight of Li Qia courting death. He couldn't have wished for anything better. The half-moon princess also stared at him in astonishment. She naturally didn't want this crazy guy to die, but she was not in the position to say anything. Otherwise, Qi Tianyu would be unhappy with her. Only Bai Jian quietly watched amidst the crowd, as if he wanted to catch the coming event in its entirety. I wonder if you will really jump down at that point. Li Qia smiled and inched closer towards the Marquis. Make your move. I hope your sword is as fast as your title claims. The Marquis' expression turned ugly after being disdained like this. Clang. He slowly unsheathed his sword. It chafed against the scabbard, creating a continuous sword hymn. He coldly stared at Li Qia and shouted, Prepare yourself. Once I make my move, I'm afraid you won't even know the reason for your death. Is your sword as slow as your mouth? Li Qia lazily retorted without looking at the guy. In a split second, the Marquis' eyes turned cold and focused on Li Qia. At this particular junction, he was able to grasp every single change in Li Qia. Even though he didn't put Li Qia in his eyes, he still came from a great lineage. In battle, he would be very attentive of his enemy's actions before delivering a fatal blow. The rest of the crowd watched on with bated breaths. The Marquis was quite famous for his fast sword techniques. Many people here had seen his swordplay themselves. The sword shall see blood. More often than not, it was a one-hit kill as well. A glint flashed. The Marquis unleashed his sword. It was too swift to visually discern and went straight for Li Qia's throat in an instant. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. If it was them in this situation, they wouldn't necessarily be able to dodge its speedy tip. In the blink of an eye, time seemed to have stopped. Everything came to a halt like a picture. The rest of the crowd became wide-eyed and watched in disbelief. 2 fingers were gripping the sword. Naturally, it was Li Qia's fingers that stopped the Marquis attack. Li Qia seemed so relaxed, but the Marquis couldn't pull back his sword. It was as if his sword was stuck between 2 mountains. Everyone saw the Marquis attack, but no one saw Li Qia's counter and how he managed to catch the blade. Yi Chuyan only shook her head, for this was within her expectations. Someone of the Marquis level was simply an ant in Li Qia's eyes. Just think about that year back in the Heavenly Tao Academy, when his simple actions destroyed a group of ancestors. This Marquis was nothing in comparison. Crack. Before anyone could regain their wits, the sound of bones snapping ensued, followed by blood spurting everywhere. Ah! A shrill scream full of agony soared to the sky. The crowd finally saw that both the Marquis' hands and legs were crushed by Li Qia. He quivered after falling to the ground in great torment. Li Qia stomped on the Marquis and leisurely said, claiming to be swift sword at this level? Everyone felt suffocated after seeing this. Li Qia was way too fast. No one could see how he crushed the limbs of the Marquis at all. Even though Li Qia's Tao foundation was sealed, his 4 immortal physiques were still there. Was there anything faster than the soaring immortal physique in this world? Halt your impudence! Qi Tianyu was shocked and shouted after seeing the Marquis being trampled on by Li Qia. What are you planning to do? Yi Chuyan's eyes turned cold as she spoke gravely after seeing Qi Tianyu making a move. With great anger, Qi Tianyu took a deep breath before looking at Li Qia to make a deal. If possible, my pure blood school is willing to redeem my brother's life. Just name the price. The 2 brothers were indeed very close. Qi Tianyu naturally didn't want to see the Marquis die miserably at Li Qia's hands. What does a small sect like the Pure Blood School have to tempt me? Li Qia smiled and said, I want his life, so his life I shall have. Reconsider. Qi Tianyu stressed, if you spare my brother, you will be richly rewarded, but if you end him, you will become enemies with my Pure Blood School and my Blood Devil tribe. The majority would feel trepidation after hearing this. The school was a great sect in the southern region, and it was needless to say more about the Blood Devil tribe as it was considered the biggest tribe in the area. Chapter 960, Crimson Night Kingdom Supreme Elder. Everyone was holding their breaths at this point. Qi Tianyu's declaration was not just an empty threat. They all knew full well that the Blood Devil tribe had always been united with great solidarity. Are you threatening me? Li Qia smiled while pressing down harder on the Marquis before leisurely answering, Pure Blood School? I don't care. Blood Devil tribe? I also don't care. Should you provoke me, not to mention these 2 existences, even your entire blood race will live under the shadow of fear. The young generation here became dumbfounded after hearing this. Was this brat insane? Offending the Pure Blood School was one thing, but now, his words had offended the entire blood race. There was nowhere else to go in the barren earth if one offended the blood race. Such bold words. Our blood race will live in fear? Do you think you are an immortal emperor? A cold voice resounded with great immensity, causing others to become short of breath. 2 people stepped onto the dragon platform, one young and one old. The youth was the Crimson Knight Duke while the other was an old man with gray hair. His blood energy was mist-like, as if his body itself was formed from it. There were many visual phenomena of living beings behind him as if they were worshipping and giving him their energy. This energy would allow him to destroy this world with a simple gesture. Without a doubt, this old man was an early-era paragon, one with plentiful blood energy. Si Yuanyuan, standing behind Li Qia, was startled to see this old man and cried out, "Supreme Elder." The youths here quickly went to greet this old man, for he was the Supreme Elder of Crimson Night. He had always been presiding over the Thunder Tower and held great fame. With a backing this time, the Duke was quite confident. He arrogantly stared at Li Chia and laughed, "Junior, the barren earth isn't a place for you to do as you please. Quickly release Brother Swiftsword or your life will be forfeit." Qi Tianyu was glad to see the Supreme Elder arrive in person. Nothing could be better if he could drag the Crimson Night Kingdom into these muddled waters as well. However, the Duke's words went in one ear and out the other. Li Chia didn't even bother looking at the Supreme Elder. The Duke felt humiliated and couldn't hold back. He shouted, "Junior, are you listening? Kneel and beg for forgiveness immediately." Crack. More bones were broken as a shrill scream could be heard. Before anyone could see anything, the Duke's legs were crushed by Li Chia's kick. He fell straight to the ground and rolled in pain before Li Chia stepped on his body as well. Finally got back to the holy city after some time. I was feeling peaceful, but alas, a few idiots just had to spoil my good mood. With one foot on the Duke and one foot on the Marquis, Li Chia slowly uttered, "It seems like if I don't massacre a few tens of thousands, people will actually think I am a batch of dough that anyone can knead." "Junior, stop." The Supreme Elder was alarmed by this sudden change. He thunderously shouted and caused the crowd to sway with distress. "Oh. The old finally wants to protect these little kids." Li Chia glanced over at the elder. He was still nonchalant as if it was no big deal. The elder took one step forward and his blood energy soared like a tidal wave, capable of engulfing the entire hill and platform. In the blink of an eye, a paragon's aura surged forth with a star-plucking momentum. The elder's erupting aura caused everyone here to tremble. They had to take several steps backward. Yi Chuyan grunted after seeing the aggressive gesture. She took one step forward as well. A pure lotus flower floated to the sky and illuminated the 9 continents. It easily stopped the elder's aura. Even though the elder was an early-era paragon, his cultivation was not a match for Yi Chuyan's. Early-era paragons were the weakest among even ordinary paragons. Yi Chuyan was very powerful as the first paragon of the younger generation. The group of Qi Tianyu couldn't compare to her at all. She had the power to fight against paragons from the previous generation. Her involvement caused the elder's expression to change. However, he wasn't afraid of her as he coldly spoke, "Schoolmaster Yi, I respect you as the leader of a school. However, this matter involves our entire Crimson Night. If you choose to protect this brute who hurt our disciples, then it is the same as becoming our enemy." Most people felt dread after hearing this. Many rulers and sect masters wouldn't want to antagonize the Crimson Night Kingdom. It was very unwise to provoke a lineage with 2 emperors. Yi Chuyan calmly stated, "My prestige is not for an elder like you to question." Despite her gentle nature, each of her words was as heavy as the unshakable Mount Tai. After all, she was an incredible virtuous paragon and the ruler of a country. Her acting as a virtuous woman around Li Chia didn't mean that she was weak. She simply maintained a low profile, but once she was ready to go, the royal aura of a ruler and might of a paragon would vividly manifest. Not only was the crowd stunned, but even the elder was shocked after hearing this. This sentence carried quite a heavy punch. The younger generation felt that she was even higher than they previously thought, worthy of admiration. Prior to this, due to her low-key nature, the young ones in the barren earth, especially those from big lineages like the Pure Blood School, had forgotten about her status and cultivation. They felt that they were on the same level and in the same generation as her. But now, her showing such contempt towards the Crimson Night Supreme Elder and displaying her might was a rude awakening for them. The fact was that she was far above them. The elder became sullen all of a sudden. Yi Chuyan was indeed above him in terms of cultivation. Although their kingdom had 2 emperors, the Pure Lotus School also had emperor laws. In a direct confrontation, he was not her match without an imperial weapon. The elder gravely said, "Schoolmaster Yi, I admit that you are indeed stronger than me. However, there are people who you will never be able to provoke. I can forgive that junior for harming my disciples. However, I am under the orders of Ancestor Storm God to bring our Crimson Night Kingdom's disciples back. With that, he became more resolute and aggressive. Think again if you want to oppose my Crimson Knight. Storm God. The younger generation all gasped after hearing this title. Si Yuanyuan was aghast as well. If the Storm God ordered her to come back, then no one would be able to oppose her. Everyone here was completely tongue-tied. Even Bai Jian's group was full of apprehension. The Storm God was indeed a fearful title in the minds of the barren Earth's inhabitants. She was an ancestor of Crimson Night and rumored to be extremely powerful. Even if she didn't come into being, she was still a big threat to the region. Her name was Feng Piaoluo, the second daughter of immortal Emperor Qin Shui. She kept her mother's maiden name and was a very overbearing person. Her words were laws at Crimson Night. Not many would dare to go against her. While the title of Storm God was scaring everyone, Li Qie smiled and told Yi Chuyun, get back. You shouldn't come out to defend me, lest people say that I am someone who can only hide behind women. She didn't question his request and immediately went back to quietly stand behind him. Chu Tianyu's eyes turned red from jealousy after seeing Yi Chuyun being so obedient towards Li Qie. His teeth were about to break from him gritting them so hard. He didn't understand what kind of charm Li Qie had to make her obey him like this. After Yi Chuyun retreated, the Supreme Elder stared at Li Qie and raised his voice, Junior, let go of my disciples and I will forgive your sin of ignorance. So I should be thanking you then? Li Qie smiled while keeping his feet on top of the bodies. At this time, the Duke could no longer endure the pain and cried out, Elder, save me, Junior, let my disciples go and hand over Si Yuanyuan, then I'll pretend that nothing happened today. The Supreme Elder's attitude softened at this point. Since Yi Chuyun was willing to back Li Qie, he didn't want to go all out against her. Li Qie smiled and slowly asked, and if I don't? The elder turned cold and revealed a murderous intent. He awe-inspiringly declared, Junior, you don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. No one dares to breach the Storm God's orders. The offenders? Kill without mercy. No one can protect you in the barren earth. Si Yuanyuan turned pale after hearing this. She came from the Crimson Night Kingdom and knew that the Storm God's authority was unchallengeable. I will go back with you, Elder, as long as you don't pursue young noble Li's mistake. Si Yuanyuan stepped out and lowered her head. She didn't think that her issues would reach the Storm God. She also didn't want to see Li Qie being chased by the Storm God because of her. She understood that her return would most likely result in being placed under house arrest. However, she preferred this over Li Qie dying for her sake. Chapter 961, Death Without a Burial. The current assembly was startled at this moment. Even the group of the Half-Moon Princess didn't expect that Si Yuanyuan was a disciple from Crimson Night since she had been quietly following Li Qie the entire time. Her obedient demeanor made it so that no one paid any attention to her. In fact, very few in the barren earth knew that the kingdom had an extraordinary disciple like her. Several ancestors didn't want her fame to spread far on the outside due to her great talents. If she were to gain a reputation, it would be detrimental to Qi Zixian's position. Thus, the ancestors chose to erase her presence so that no one would find out about a genius like her. On the other hand, she didn't want to have a direct confrontation against the ancestors from the imperial family. Because of this, she wasn't known at all in this region. Little girl, you underestimate me too much. Li Qie smiled and shook his head, then he made her go back behind him again. The Storm God cannot frighten me. Stand behind me and watch. Since you have decided to follow me, no one in the 9 worlds will dare to touch a hair on your head. Si Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment after hearing this. She didn't know how strong Li Qie was, but she knew full well just how terrifying the Storm God was. It's okay, just leave everything up to him. Yi Chuyun noticed her hesitation and comforted her. After hearing Yi Chuyun, Si Yuanyuan glanced at the Supreme Elder for a moment before quietly walking back behind Li Qie. Given the choice, she naturally would not want to go back and be placed under house arrest. The elder became extremely unhappy after seeing this. This was truly challenging their kingdom's prestige. This girl is now one of my people. Li Qie looked at the elder and lazily spoke. Go back and tell that vixen storm god that before me, she'd better tuck her tail and hide. Even if her father, immortal Emperor Qin Shui, was still in this world, I still wouldn't put her in my eyes, let alone now. Otherwise, I'll crush her to death with my own hands. Disobedient animal. You dare to shame my ancestor? You deserve death. The Supreme Elder was furious after hearing this. He roared like an enraged lion and flipped his hand over to unleash a murderous palm technique. It carried a destructive aura towards Li Qie. The attack of an early-era paragon carried a devastating momentum along with the power of many living beings, causing people to tremble. It was as if the entire world was in disarray and there was no place to hide. Li Qie didn't bat an eye against this attack. He casually reached out and formed the dragon-subduing palm. Such a leisurely gesture was able to reverse the universe and displace the sky. The oncoming palm was quickly pushed away by Li Qie's dragon-subduing palm. Meanwhile, the elder's body left the ground as if he had lost control. His center of gravity was completely in Li Qie's grasp as he tumbled through the air. No, this was an unwilling cry of disbelief and despair. Initially, Li Qie's casual swing didn't harm the elder at all. At best, it only made him stumble a bit. However, the huge cave was behind Li Qie, so the elder fell down after his misstep. Death was assured for anyone who fell into this cave on the dragon platform. It didn't matter if one could soar in the sky or traverse the earth. Once they fell inside, they could only watch themselves fall and disappear from this world. No. The elder's echoes continued to rise from the cave. This fall marked his departure from this world. Qi Tianyu's group couldn't help but take several steps back in unison. Even a virtuous paragon was helpless after falling in, this made their legs grow weak. They would also disappear after falling in. Why are there always some people who think that I am so easily bullied? Li Qie smiled. Pop. He kicked the Crimson Knight Duke into the cave as well. No, the Duke watched himself fall into the cave and screamed out in despair. However, it didn't matter how loud he screamed or how much he struggled, his demise was inevitable. Si Yuanyuan couldn't react in time for it all happened too quickly. Even if she wanted to plead for the Duke, it was already too late. The Marquis was scared out of his mind after seeing the two fall into the cave and screamed, "Brother, hurry and save me." Pop. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Qie kicked him into the cave as well. You. Qi Tianyu was both frightened and furious after seeing this. He wanted to rush forward, but the half-moon princess stopped him. Li Qie lazily glanced over them once and declared, "In my eyes, all of you are mere insects. I didn't want to start a massacre after coming back this time, but if you want to die, I don't mind washing the holy city with blood. It's a shame, I do feel sorry for breaking the tranquility of this city. Remember well, anyone who wants to provoke me best prepare a coffin beforehand." With that, he turned around and left. Si Yuanyuan quickly chased after him. Meanwhile, Yi Chuyun stared dismissively at the crowd before shaking her head and following after him as well. Li Qie, it's him. Bai Jian suddenly remembered a certain someone after seeing Li Qie's overbearing arrogance, someone that had been long forgotten. Is he really still alive? He murmured to himself. He had never seen this person before, only heard of his tales. Several years ago, the legends about him arrived at the southern region from the eastern 100 cities. However, the world thought that he was dead, so no one really paid attention to him. Qi Tianyu's eyes were completely red as he quivered with anger. He gritted his teeth and viciously said, "I swear to have vengeance even if it is the last thing I do. Li, I will crush you to pieces." His bone-deep hatred towards Li Qie was not only because Li Qie killed his junior brother, but more so due to Yi Chuyan. He was stricken with jealousy to the point of losing his reason. In his vengeful mind right now, only one of them could continue to live in this world. The rest of the group on the platform stared at each other without saying anything. Li Qia's first attack threw the Supreme Elder into the cave and gave them the feeling that he was mysterious and unfathomable. Nevertheless, they still didn't know whether Li Qia was hiding his skills or the Elder was merely uncareful and stumbled into the cave by himself. The treasure from the dragon platform, it must absolutely be something incredible. After the group regained their wits, someone murmured with mouth-watering greed. Alas, even if they coveted his treasure, no one would recklessly take action. In their opinion, even if Li Qia was not powerful, who would dare to do anything with Yi Chuyan protecting him? The Pure Lotus School had a property in the Holy City. This was an old mansion where Yi Chuyan was staying. The group went to this mansion. Li Qia immediately took out a box and handed it to Yi Chuyan. Chuyan, staying with me for the last few days has been tough for you, so this treasure is yours. The treasure inside the box was the one from the dragon platform. Li Qia didn't even bother researching it and directly gave it to Yi Chuyan without a care in the world. But, Yi Chuyan was startled. Brother Li, this is a dragon platform's treasure, it's not a trivial item at all. Countless people coveted the treasures from the platform, yet at this moment Li Qia was casually handing it to her. He smiled in response, I didn't come to the platform for the treasures anyway. It was only to confirm something. Grabbing the treasure was just a part of the process. I have benefited a lot by staying at your side, especially from your guidance. Yi Chuyan hesitated for a bit before answering, I can't accept something so precious. Accept it. Li Qia flatly said, I can't take back what I have given away. Yi Chuyan slightly bowed towards him and quietly accepted the treasure box without saying anything else. Next, Li Qia told Si Yuanyuan who was standing to the side, before I leave, I will pass down more primordial laws to you. In the future, I will also give you 1 or 2 suitable treasures should the chance arise. Thank you, young noble. Si Yuanyuan responded instantly. She didn't go with him for any treasures but rather the primordial laws. For someone who cultivated the sunset glow scripture like her, nothing was more important than the primordial laws. It was not surprising for Li Qia to know the primordial laws of the blood race. This was because he had obtained the heavenly Tao and primordial chapter of the blood progenitor. The race's merit laws came from this heavenly chapter. It was just that prior to this, Li Qia was too lazy to look into these primordial laws. Si Yuanyuan was very special in his eyes. Her accomplishments with the sunset glow scripture were without comparison. Li Qia willingly taught her these primordial laws because he hoped to leave behind some insurance at the barren earth. Who knows if the blood race would change in the future? As long as he left behind this preparation, even if there were changes to the race in the future, someone else would still be able to control the overarching situation. Chapter 962, Qi Zixian, where do you want to go? Yi Chuyan asked after hearing Li Qia. Li Qia lifted his head and gazed at the majestic Hidden Dragon Mountains. I want to go to the Hidden Dragon Mountains. It might take some time. I'll go with you. Yi Chuyan replied with haste, maybe I will be able to assist you. No. Li Qia gently shook his head, this trip is a personal matter. At the same time, I hope that you can stay behind since I have something else for you to do. She replied, just give the order. Li Qia looked at Si Yuanyuan and said, it seems like the Crimson Night Kingdom won't give up. Before I return, you just need to protect Yuanyuan. I'm afraid that will involve Sister Yi and the Pure Lotus School. Si Yuanyuan felt apologetic in her mind. She was not only dragging Li Qia down with her, but also Yi Chuyan. Li Qia shook his head, don't worry about that. I am not someone who is afraid of trouble, and those who stand by my side should be the same. If the kingdom is smart, they will run away as far as possible. Otherwise, if they anger me, I'll personally visit them. Don't worry, little sister. Yi Chuyan consoled her as well, with Brother Li as your protector, the kingdom won't be able to do anything to you. Si Yuanyuan only gently sighed in the end and held her words. She didn't want the two to fight the kingdom, but there was a good chance of her being placed under house arrest if she were to return. This was because it was nearly time for Qi Zixian to ascend to the royal throne. The elders of the imperial family naturally didn't want a competitor like her to appear at this crucial moment. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll come back soon. At most, it will only be 10 days. Li Qie stated. Yi Chuyun nodded in response. What about the God War Mountain? They initially came for the God War Mountain, but the trip had been delayed this whole time. Li Qie glanced at the horizon and said, there's no rush, everything is within my grasp no matter what happens. After I'm done with the Hidden Dragon Mountains, we'll go to the God War Mountain. In fact, Li Qie's trip to the Dragon Mountains was only to confirm something, not for a treasure. Over the next few days, Li Qie taught the primordial laws to Si Yuanyuan. Although the laws were quite abstruse, Si Yuanyuan had a great foundation due to the Sunset Glow scripture, so she learned very quickly. Moreover, she was able to understand the scripture to this extent without any guidance, and now she had Li Qie to teach her. Thus, it was not difficult for her to learn the primordial laws. After doing so, Li Qie left the holy city and entered the mountains alone. Within this period of time, the news of the Crimson Night Kingdom's Supreme Elder's tragic death reached them. Qi Zixian heard it as well. Her expression quickly shifted to a chilling glare. She was one of the blood race's 5 saints. She ranked higher than the Half-Moon Princess and Qi Tianyu because she came from the Crimson Night Kingdom and was destined for greatness. In terms of pure talent, she might be weaker than Bai Jian and the Sky-Bearing Duke. However, she had an incomparable advantage in hailing from a sect with 2 emperors. She was not born as the heir to the throne and had to defeat several competitors in the imperial family. Right now, the most fortunate thing for her was that their kingdom hadn't produced a brilliant genius like Yi Tiandi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to win this successor position despite her powerful backing. However, there was still a great shadow looming in her mind, Si Yuanyuan. Si Yuanyuan came from a side branch and had to teach herself, yet she was successful in the Sunset Glow scripture. Her accomplishments had a big impact on Qi Zixian's current position. More importantly, Si Yuanyuan's side branch had an ancestor who came from the imperial family, thus she had the direct bloodline of an immortal emperor. However, the most shocking thing to Qi Zixian was that Si Yuanyuan's enlightenment of the Sunset Glow scripture was peerless. This meant that Si Yuanyuan coming to rule the Crimson Night Kingdom was not out of the question. The kingdom had a tradition of tracing back to the origin. Moreover, this tradition was started by their progenitor, immortal Emperor Qi Yi. At a young age, the emperor cultivated the Sunset Glow scripture as his starting point. He entered the blood primal ground for training as well. His status was recognized by the primal ground, and he even took the reins of the blood race in place of the primal ground. Later on, the Crimson Night Kingdom went on a decline until immortal Emperor Chen Shui's birth. He also returned to the primal ground at a young age to work on his Grand Tao and eventually won the throne to revitalize his kingdom. This allowed the kingdom to once again take charge of the blood race instead of the primal ground. Because of its prestigious past, the kingdom had always wanted to return to the top of their race, to once more become their leader. Even though the storm god backing Qi Zixian was very influential, this didn't mean that all the ancestors in the kingdom supported her. This was especially true after Si Yuanyuan's appearance. To a certain extent, it truly affected Qi Zixian's position. A few elders were able to see hope in Si Yuanyuan due to her mastery of the Sunset Glow scripture. This meant that she had a great chance of returning to the primal ground to cultivate the legendary primordial laws just like immortal Emperor Qi Yi back then. If she could achieve this, then it meant that the Crimson Night Kingdom could return to the top of the blood race and gain the ability to command the entire race across the 9 worlds. If this situation came true, then not only would Qi Zixian lose her royal throne, her branch would also lose control over the kingdom. Thus, both she and her branch would never allow for this to happen. The imperial family's ancestors of her branch decided to erase all signs of Si Yuanyuan's existence, so outsiders never found out that the kingdom still had such a brilliant disciple. In fact, if certain powerful ancestors didn't allow it, Si Yuanyuan might have disappeared from this world already. Qi Zixian coldly uttered with a twisted expression, "This slut dared to actually show her face again instead of hiding for the rest of her life. Your Highness will be able to ascend to the throne soon, so her sudden appearance right now might be a reaction to that." An expert next to her speculated. Qi Zixian coldly responded, "Someone from a side branch like her wants to compete for the royal seat against me? Just a fool's dream." Despite saying that, Qi Zixian knew full well that if Si Yuanyuan could return to the primal ground, she would actually have the chance to take control of the kingdom. Her appearance might not be an attack on Your Highness. Her strategist mused, "Your Highness' inauguration has already been decided. Even if Si Yuanyuan has the protection of the ancestors, she still won't be able to reverse the situation. Your Highness should just wait in peace before your ascension instead of being distracted by this matter." "No." Qi Zixian's expression darkened, "This slut cannot be left alive. The longer she lives, the longer she will remain a threat. Even if I become ruler, she can still come back and take over the royal throne when she returns to the primal ground. Your Highness, we shouldn't do it." The strategist was startled. "If Your Highness kills Si Yuanyuan, then it would break the pact. The ancestors will not be happy." The only reason Si Yuanyuan was still alive right now was because she had ancestors protecting her. However, because of the storm god's imperious authority, both sides made concessions. Si Yuanyuan couldn't enter the imperial family to learn emperor laws, while Qi Zixian's side guaranteed not to harm her despite her being a thorn in Qi Zixian's eyes. "Really now?" Her eyes turned cold and her words were even colder. "It is different now. The slut seduced outsiders to murder the Supreme Elder. This is treason and must be punished with death. I, as the main descendant of Crimson Knight, have both the responsibility and the authority to dispose the sect of traitors." Qi Zixian didn't want Si Yuanyuan to live any longer since her existence would always be a threat to her. In Qi Zixian's mind, Si Yuanyuan had to die. The strategist pondered, "It won't be easy to answer those older forefathers once we kill Si Yuanyuan. There is nothing to say." Qi Zixian sneered, "Everyone has the responsibility to deal with traitors. That slut conspired with outsiders to kill our Supreme Elder. This is a sin of renouncing her ancestors and sect. Even if the forefathers were to blame us, the ancestor can still handle it." The ancestor Qi Zixian referred to was the storm god. As the daughter of immortal Emperor Qin Shui, she had absolute authority in the kingdom. Qi Zixian drily said, "Make the preparations. I will go to the holy city tomorrow to personally deal with that traitorous slut." Her underlings acknowledged her command and went to carry it out. She then looked outside with a chilling smile. That slut is dead for sure this time. She would be able to sleep soundly after the slut was dead. For her future goals, she wanted to use the storm god for as long as possible while the ancestor was still alive to suppress the other ancestors. She must plan aggressive reforms so that the control over the kingdom would truly be in her branch's hands. Chapter 963, Hidden Dragon Mountains. Li Qia left the holy city for the Hidden Dragon Mountains. He continued to travel through the mountain ridge while gauging the location the whole way. This mountain range spanned across the land for millions of miles like a gigantic dragon in all of its grandeur. Many existences were born here. This was not only the paradise of the human race, but also home to many animals. The average person might not be able to feel anything after entering the mountain. However, it was different for Li Qia since he could sense the powerful quake underground, a supreme impact as if there was an endless source of life gushing out of the ground. As he continued around the ridge, he finally made it to a ravine. While inside, he took a look around before whistling. It was a piercingly harsh whistle. People would cover their ears after hearing this as they would feel that the sound would cause pain that felt like it was piercing their eardrums. There was a strange and obscure characteristic of this whistle that allowed the sound to travel deep into the ground. Crash. A long time after his whistle, mud and soil flew everywhere as a creature crawled out of the ground. This creature's entire body was as black as ink. The scales on its body seemed to be made out of black steel. It had a dragon's head with a single horn at the top while its body resembled a pishio. Since he had no control over his body, he was consumed by the inferno instantly. However, the crystal physique protected him perfectly, so he didn't feel a single thing. A moment later, he escaped the inferno. However, crackles were heard right afterward. Below was a pool of tribulation lightning. Extremely thick bolts of lightning were down here and flashed continuously. These bolts were capable of ripping apart any creature that fell down here. Zzz, bolts of lightning frantically assaulted his body in an attempt to rip him to shreds. Fortunately, they failed to break through the crystal physique despite their might. He continued to fall down uncontrollably. In this manner, he met layers of tribulations one after another. It seemed that he was falling into the 18 layers of hell. In the face of such disasters, even a god king would not be able to persevere and would be eventually rendered to ashes. However, with the crystal physique, he managed to fall down and survive all the layers of tribulations. Boom! He heavily slammed onto the ground once more and the crystal physique began to slowly disappear from his body. That was a bit risky. Luckily, the time limit was within my calculations. Li Chia laughed after seeing the physique going away. This was not his first time here, so he knew how long it took to fall all the way down. After standing up, he took a look around and eventually, his gaze focused on two large doors ahead of him. He then slowly walked towards them. The two doors were cast from divine bronze. They emitted an ancient luster that would never fade for all of eternity. Chapter 964, Existences inside the vast sea. Both doors were extremely heavy as if they weighed millions and millions of pounds. Even the mightiest of armies would not be able to break them. There were two carvings on them. The left had a dragon while the right had a tiger. Both were extremely animated with aggressive stances. The dragon on the left door was soaring down to attack the tiger while the tiger was pouncing upward to tear the dragon apart. Upon closer observation, perhaps these two beasts were not killing each other but competing for something. Right in the middle of the two closed doors was a hollowed circle where their claws were about to meet. Perhaps there used to be a jewel here right in the middle of the gate. It must have disappeared for some unknown reason. This bronze gate seemed to be telling an old tale of a dragon and tiger competing for a treasure jewel. Li Chia smiled after seeing this image before taking out the dracofruit. He put the fruit in the center of the gate. A click was heard as if something had locked onto the fruit. The fruit then melted into the gaps like snow and its juices flowed along the copper lines of the gate. It was hard to imagine that such a little fruit had so much juice. In the blink of an eye, it saturated all the lines of both the dragon and tiger. Both of the carvings on the doors lit up at this time. With a clank, a golden light emanated from the dragon as if the dragon was putting on armor. It seemed to have turned into a golden dragon with a surging aura, wishing to fly out from the bronze door. An immortal light also spewed out from the white tiger on the other side. Its entire body was illuminated with this light, and one could faintly hear a tiger roar as if this immortal tiger was about to pounce out of the door. Clank, the heavy bronze door slowly opened at this time, allowing others entrance to a whole new world. Li Chia immediately entered without any hesitation. Right afterward, the gate slammed shut once more with a loud clank. There was a vast emptiness ahead that made it impossible to truly discern this world. An endless void with no end or beginning. When Li Chia turned back, the gate that he just passed was nowhere to be found. If one didn't personally come from the gate earlier, they would have thought that it was just an illusion. Whoever stood here in this void space wouldn't fall down, as if there was solid ground beneath them. This was an illusory world that was beyond the ordinary realm of perception. However, Li Chia didn't seem to mind and continued to walk through the void. The area was covered in fog, so one couldn't see very clearly. Nevertheless, Li Qia was able to travel without needing to check the direction. Eventually, the void finally changed. There were still layers of fog ahead, but behind them, one could faintly see the gleaming reflection of waves. The void was replaced with shimmering water. One suddenly be able to hear the sound of waves. Li Qia stopped here and focused his attention on the sound. He wanted to see the reflection beyond the layers of fog. The water in front of him was sparkling with splashing waves like those of an ocean. Perhaps, this was the legendary shore, a place with eternal life. Nothing in this world could elude Li Qia's gaze. His eyes pierced through the layers of fog and the surging ocean all the way to its depths. There was a towering golden lotus down below that seemed to be able to shoulder the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A force of suppression emanated from it across the ocean. With its presence, there would never be a tsunami in this place. Li Qia stopped for a moment to focus on the flower. Its petals were wrapped around someone with their back turned towards Li Qia, so he couldn't see their face. However, it was apparent that it was a woman from the contours of her back. Nevertheless, she was engulfed in the light of the lotus, so her full figure was left unseen. Little girl, Li Qia's eyes became serious while looking at the figure sitting in a meditative pose. His eyes lit up and were now capable of piercing through time itself and all existences in this world. "Is it you?" he shouted with a voice that reverberated across this world. Distance didn't matter, his voice able to reach even the boundaries of this space. Alas, the figure on top of the lotus had no reaction. It was as if she didn't hear his voice. Li Qia's expression sank. He stepped forward towards the vast ocean to check it out. Bang! But his entrance to the ocean was denied. An extremely powerful force rushed out and blew him away. After standing up, he stared at the ocean and coldly uttered, "How long can all of you drag out your last breath? Block my path and I'll flip this world over." Such a big tone. Even if you were an immortal emperor, you still may not be able to do so. A voice responded from the depths. "Is that so?" Li Qia sneered. He opened his mind and his sea of memories emerged. He then shouted, "Imperial decree!" Buzz! With that cry, ancient orders rushed out one after another. Boom! These orders flew towards the 4 directions and 8 divisions. Next, these orders turned into massive divine mountains. They were not real, only formed by the imperial decree. After presiding over the appropriate cardinal directions, a suppressive heavenly net appeared in this land. Each strand of universal law that made up this net was comparable to a star. They were capable of crushing the world. Even the deities wouldn't be able to stand under the suppression of this net. "So it is you, damned crow." The voice deep in the ocean coldly cursed after seeing the net. Li Qia stared at the ocean and answered, "Yes, it is I." Humph. This voice sounded especially unhappy with Li Qia. "I already knew that your damned self would eventually return." If this person wasn't one with great status, they would have been cursing up and down at Li Qia. "No need to be so sad, you should be welcoming instead." Li Qia smiled, "In a sense, I am your savior." "Huh, savior?" The voice coldly answered, "Who did you save?" "Well, if I didn't destroy the ancient Ming, what do you think the result would have been? Back then, immortal Emperor Tian II was bullying you quite hard." Li Qia leisurely went on, "The ancient Ming forced so many items and benefits from you. Is that so? You make it sound like you haven't done the same." The voice snorted, "You stole the Dracatree, no?" Li Qia chuckled, "I won't deny having taken a few things, but compared to immortal Emperor Tian II and the ancient Ming, who squeezed more out of this place?" The voice became quiet after hearing this. Li Qia pointed at the net in the sky, "Just this heavenly net alone, only slightly changed it. In the past, the ancient Ming prepared this net and directly placed it on all of your bodies. But me, I only cast it up high. This is more than enough to show that I am a merciful person." "Ha, merciful, ha ha ha. You are too funny. You goddamned crow are a merciful person? Ha 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 ha." When you pushed the ancient Ming back to this place, how many of them did you kill? Ha ha ha, a different voice came from the ocean. It was even more aggressive than the previous. It seems like my speculation is absolutely correct. Li Qie spoke after hearing the second voice. The second voice freely asked, damned crow, what is your guess? Li Qie rubbed his chin. Old Long has always had the upper hand and suppressed you, and you two swore to a life and death feud. After being trapped here for so many years, even during the reign of the ancient Ming, this feud continued. However, it is quite incredible that you two are actually cooperating now. Li Qie said, what happened to the irreconcilable feud? What happened to the vow of only one of you being able to live? He continued. Chapter 965. Some old tales. Neither voice answered Li Qie's claim. I came this time with this guess, but now, it has been confirmed. Li Qie said, I didn't come for any treasure but the girl on your golden lotus. She is an old friend of mine. If you don't mind, I will take her away. No. The two voices refused his request in unison. Li Qie frowned after hearing this and slowly spoke. Both of you should know that I am someone who will never give up. Despite my benevolent nature, I will kill those who stand in my way. Damned crow, you are quite presumptuous. Although we are trapped here, even that brat Tian too couldn't kill us, so what makes you think you can? The second voice retorted. Li Qie said dismissively, I don't necessarily have to kill you too, I can suppress you for an eternity. What the ancient Ming did back then, I can also do the same. You should know that I forced out many secrets back then. Plus, nothing is impossible for me. Li Qie slowly took out two items. One of them was the green lamp while the other was the Dao sword. The lamp had a black fire while the Dao sword was plain and simple. The two items were not eye-catching at all. My God! The second voice screamed after seeing the two items. The first voice spoke in disbelief as well, impossible. Countless people tried to obtain these treasures, including even deities and emperors. They failed to obtain even one, yet you actually have both. Which is why I said you two have to understand, if I decide to do something, I will pay any price to succeed. Li Qie slowly said, you should also know that you have a lot of treasures here. Even if I have to pay this great price, it might still be worth it. The two voices became silent after the threat. After a while, the first voice responded, we do not wish to harm this girl. To be more exact, we are giving her a supreme creation. Although we don't know her origin, as her old acquaintance, you should know that her situation is not optimistic. Leaving this place is not necessarily a good thing for her. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qie narrowed his eyes and spoke in a serious tone. What kind of creation are you two giving her? A long silence ensued. The second voice eventually answered, It is related to that item. You damned crow wanted it in the past as well. That item, Li Qie turned serious while staring at the ocean ahead, that's impossible. You two competed for this item for so many eras, but both of you failed. I understand now, she is the one giving you two the great creation. A chance to come back to the world, she will be your savior. We need someone else to save us. The second voice did not like this claim from Li Qie and coldly retorted, without our guidance, she wouldn't have obtained this peerless opportunity. But without her, both of you would never have the opportunity in the first place. Li Qie smilingly countered. There was no response since the two voices knew that Li Qie was right. Li Qie didn't say anything either and only stared at the girl on top of the golden lotus. He gently sighed after seeing her familiar back, at a loss for words. Although he didn't owe her anything, he felt uneasy because he was the one who brought her into that cruel war. After a while, Li Qie gently asked, is she doing fine? The first voice in the ocean answered, when she first arrived here, she was in a precarious situation with a lifeless mind. Right now, her spirit is meditating as she is slowly recovering her life. I believe that she will be able to defeat her worries and regain her serenity. Very well, this is a good thing for her. Li Qian nodded quietly and sighed. The past is the most difficult to forget. To be able to forget is also a type of rebirth. It is indeed a godsend for her. Many people had never come across such a chance. The second voice emphasized. Li Qian calmed down after a long period of silence. He looked at the ocean and smiled. So, it seems that you two will have a chance to come out then. Ha ha ha, we won't tell you, goddamned crow. You just want to trick us. The second voice sneered. How can you say that? This is an auspicious day. Not only do we old friends get to meet again, you two have made peace from your timeless irreconcilable feud as well. Li Qian smiled. Since it is such a good day, don't you think we should exchange some gifts? Really now? The first voice answered, damned crow, although you are not as vicious as that Tian Tu brat, you are not a good person either. It's not like I haven't experienced your scheming before. Without a doubt, the two existences inside the ocean were very cautious of Li Qian and knew that he was definitely up to no good. Li Qian laughed and leisurely said, I won't have any ideas about the item you two have been competing for. Even if I did, you two would go all out against me, right? Humph, what do you want from us? The second voice coldly uttered. Frankly, you're both underestimating me too much. This dark crow has never lacked treasures. Even though your treasury has many good things, it is not to the extent where I would start salivating for them. There are many locations in this world with better treasures. Li Qian acted as if he was not interested. You might not be lacking treasures, but I haven't seen you say no to any treasure before. The second voice responded, if you want some treasures, we can give you a few, but don't push it. No, 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 Li Qian shook his head. Why are you two being so contemptuous? I didn't come here for treasures. On the contrary, I may offer you two a great gift. The two existences both went silent. How could they trust someone who had tricked them before? Especially when the guy wasn't a virtuous soul at all. If you two aren't interested, then never mind. There is a good proverb for this: business does not override friendship. May we meet again. Li Qian smiled and said. They had been in this place for too long and had never thought about what to do after going outside. Have you two thought about returning? Li Qian threw out this topic. Ha! The second voice snorted, damned crow, are you trying to trick us? Return? We know more than you about this. Li Qian only chuckled in response, no more than me? How long have you been here for? Tell me. He paused for a moment before leisurely continuing, how can you two know how many times I have been there? Or how much time I have spent there? Or what tasks I have accomplished there? It can't be anything good, that's for sure. Only one thing is certain, you must have been chased around by those bastards and had to hide the whole time. The second voice gloatingly laughed after imagining Li Qian's pitiful state. Li Qian was still as carefree as ever. Well, I won't deny that. I'm not someone who does a lot of good deeds. Wherever I go, the risk of death will follow, this is quite normal. People always say that a crow is an ominous sign, so this isn't strange at all. Chapter 966, Deal, hee, damned crow, don't try to dodge the question. Tell us some of your stories of being chased around by people so that we can have a good laugh. The second voice burst into laughter. He really wanted to hear about Li Qian's pitiful state. Fine, since I squeezed you two dry in the past, I guess it is fine to tell you for fun. Li Qian leisurely said, it's no big deal. The first time, I didn't prepare well enough. Those arrogant ones were really a bit capable, so I suffered some big losses. However, you two should know, I like to stand up from where I've fallen. As you can imagine, I returned and made their blood run like rivers and piled their corpses into mountains. I destroyed their world and annihilated their sun and moon. No matter the location and no matter who they might be, even deities and emperors in the heavens will understand that no one can escape after barring my path." Having said that, he revealed a gentle smile that made others shiver uncontrollably. The second person that wanted to gloat over his failure grew quiet. They knew an existence like Li Chia didn't need to brag. Moreover, this was true to his character. Even after failure, he would rise again and destroy all of his most powerful enemies. "Have you attacked that place?" The first voice couldn't help himself and asked about the most secretive of questions. Li Chia paused for a bit before revealing the truth. "I was not the only one, many have tried before. Unfortunately, success was not to be found. If I managed to do it, I wouldn't be here talking to you too." "Damned crow, you're not fun at all, but that Tian 2 brat is even less fun." The second voice in the ocean didn't mock Li Chia this time. He only commented with emotion. Tian Tuesday. Back in the ancient Ming era, he was indeed imperious. However, after the emperor's era, my words are the truth in myriad worlds. Tian 2, so what? Didn't I massacre all of them till there were no places left to hide? Li Chia slowly uttered with an extreme murderous glint in his eyes. "No one has ever been successful in that place." The first voice sighed, "So many have tried, so many have failed." "I know," Li Chia claimed, "but nothing can halt my path in this generation, not even that place. One day, I will overcome everything that tried to stop me." This remark was not loud, but it carried a domineering style. It showed Li Chia's determination. "How bold. Do you think you can overcome that place?" The second voice had to ask. "Yes, definitely. If you two return, you will definitely see the day that I trample that place." Li Chia smiled. The two existences pondered at the same time. They didn't doubt Li Chia's determination. They also knew that once the Dark Crow decided to do something, nothing would be impossible. Li Chia smiled and continued, "We got distracted. How about we go back to the topic earlier? You know that it is not possible. Even if you want to go this generation, we still have to wait until we can return." The second voice answered. "If that was the case, then I wouldn't need to talk to you two about this." Li Chia said dismissively, "It is impossible for others, but not for me. Don't forget, I have been there many times without any restrictions." "What secrets do you hold?" The second voice couldn't help his curiosity. Li Chia smiled, "I can only say that if you two go back in time, I can take you along with me. Have you thought about going back home?" The two existences recalled their past for a moment. Go back? This was a distant memory to them. They had almost forgotten what it felt like. "What is your condition?" The first voice asked. "My condition is very simple. I will take you back and you two will work for me." Li Chia smiled. "Huh, your appetite is not small. You should clearly know what type of existence we are. Do you think that is possible? That brat Tian 2 couldn't force us to bow our heads, and you won't be able to either." The second voice snorted. Li Chia shook his head at this response. "You are overthinking it. I have no need for you two to bow your heads to me. I just need you two to help me squash some obstacles when necessary." "I don't think so. I don't like being restrained," the first voice answered. Li Chia calmly spoke, "I'm sure you two will like a few things that are worth pursuing." "Huh, damned crow, I'm afraid you have the wrong idea." The second voice coldly retorted, "We can give up on this generation." "It's fine, you can go up this generation, we won't compete with you. We'll wait for the next." Li Chia laughed, "If this is the case, then the two of you will definitely miss the most dazzling generation in this world." The first voice slowly said, "Dark Crow, we are old. We have lingered here for countless moons and can even let go of our eternal feud. What else do we care about?" Li Chia gently nodded, "I get it, it looks like the two of you are afraid, unwilling to compete against the deities and emperors. Perhaps it is a fear of failure as well since it will harm your reputation." "Ha, damned crow, your provocation is too obvious. The second voice snorted, "We won't fall for your tricks." Li Chia leisurely smiled, "You know what? I can be quite resolute in my actions. For example, I could take the girl away. Or, when the time is ripe, I would come again. You too should know that she will be willing to go with me. If I take her away today, you two will never be able to reverse the tides. And if I wait a bit longer, I won't just take her away, I will also dig that item out and squeeze everything from you too." Li Chia grinned, "Do you think I can't do it? I know that you don't want to see that happen. Is this a threat?" The first voice turned cold. He was angered by Li Chia. The second voice became tempestuous as well, "Damned crow, at worst, we'll go all out. We aren't afraid of death. This is not a threat, I also don't care if you two are afraid of death or not." Li Chia drily said, "However, you should know something. I won't carry out either of these two options." "Why?" "It is because I am merciful. I want you two to be aware that while I can, I won't do some things because I am benevolent. It is not because of you two." Li Chia continued, "My benevolence is for her. Otherwise, I wouldn't give a damn. I only hope that you will help me squash some obstacles. This is just a part of my plan. If you don't want to, I can find other people to work for me. As long as I pay the price, I trust that there are still a few existences willing to cooperate with me. What do you think?" The second voice snorted once more while the first voice was silent. They couldn't deny that Li Chia was speaking the truth. "Perhaps you two have seen through many things," Li Chia said with a smile, "but do you dare claim that you have no goals in life?" Li Chia slowly said, "To bring fortune and protection to your descendants, isn't this a type of goal and desire?" The two voices still didn't answer Li Chia. He was not in a rush and carefully articulated, "Follow me and one day, glory will belong to your descendants, prosperity lasting for countless ages. One day, you will follow my steps and we shall accomplish something that has never been done before, not even by the deities and emperors. Follow me to the battlefield and one day, you will witness the most amazing event in this world. For example, that location, do you two really not want to go take a look? One needs to be alive to see it." The second voice drily said, "Dark Crow, we know of your stories. Your followers, how many of them died on the battlefield? I will not deny this. Standing at the top is not an easy matter. Paving this road requires one to constantly spill blood and scatter bones." Li Chia gently sighed, "Do you two think you can fight to the end? If you aren't even afraid of immortal Emperor Tian Tu, what else is there to be afraid of?" Li Chia continued, "If you have no goals, then I have nothing else to say. However, there are still some things you two have always wanted to know." "What kind of things?" the first voice asked. Li Chia answered, "If I remember correctly, the two of you have been searching for a nest, an extraordinary nest. You have chased it before, yes?" Chapter 967, Sky-bearing Monarch. How did you find out about this? Even the first voice, that was normally calm, was shocked after hearing Li Chia. Li Chia smiled, "It doesn't matter how I found out. Plus, don't forget, I am the Dark Crow. Not too many things can elude my gaze, right? So, you have some understanding of it?" The second voice was intrigued as well. Li Chia rubbed his chin, "How should I put this? I'm not too sure about some things, but I can guarantee this, I definitely know more than you two." The first voice decisively said, "If you can give it to us, we can work for you, or at least I will." "I also agree." The second voice confirmed. "Your demand is too high." Li Chia smiled and shook his head, "If I had it right now, do you think I would need to negotiate with you two? You aren't the only ones who want such an item. Plus, you should know full well that if I had it, even the deities and emperors would shed all pretense of cordiality with each other, don't you think?" The two existences in the ocean became quiet again. There was a secret in this matter unknown to outsiders. "What do you want then?" The first voice broke the silence. Li Chia answered, I can only give you a guarantee if you follow me. If it appears, then it will belong to you and your children. Is this enough? The second voice eventually inquired, You don't want such a thing? Li Chia smiled, Of course I want good items, but it depends on what it is. People have different aspirations and needs. My only will is to kill all the way to the high heavens. My pursuit of this will never stop. At the same time, my promise is absolutely priceless. I don't need to say more about this. He became solemn after stating this. The two existences seemed to think over this matter since they did not respond. Eventually, the first voice in the ocean made a decision, I agree. We can sign an agreement. I will only wipe out some supreme lords for you. I hope you understand the extent of this pact. Li Chia smiled, Don't worry, would I make invincible existences like you two perform some trivial tasks? I won't bother you with them. Count me in. The second voice made up his mind as well. We have been in this half-alive, half-dead state for too long. To have a goal is not a bad thing. At the very least, we will have the ambition to fight. I am confident that the future will be even more dazzling because of your participation. Li Chia responded, When the two of you fight together, even the deities and emperors shall tremble. Damned crow, there's no need to flatter us. We know exactly what kind of enemies we will be facing. The second voice didn't give Li Chia any face and sneered, If the opponents are people that you want us to attack, then I can think with my toes about the level they must be at. How can you say something like that? Maybe you two will be fighting old friends. Don't tell me you don't want to personally kill a few of them? Li Chia smiled. The second voice responded coldly, I also want to strangle you to death. Should I do it? I'm not worried. Li Chia was not startled at all and leisurely replied, If I was still your enemy, then I'm sure I'd be at least within the top 10 of the people you want to kill the most. However, I am certain that you wouldn't really want to kill a kind person like me, right? The second voice only grunted and didn't say anything else. After Li Chia entered the Hidden Dragon Mountains, 3 more people arrived at the holy city. The first was Crimson Knight's descendant, Qi Zixian. Being the kingdom's descendant as well as a member of the blood race's 5 saints, she naturally attracted a lot of attention due to her fame. She must be here for that Li Chia guy. Many people immediately understood why she came to the city. They didn't find it strange either because Li Chia threw the Supreme Elder into the cave. This matter was definitely not going to end just like that. As an imperial lineage with 2 emperors, if Crimson Knight could swallow the anger of having their Supreme Elder killed, then they would lose all of their prestige. They would never allow anyone to provoke their authority, thus revenge was in order. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain their status in the southern region in the future. Someone speculated, I wonder how many virtuous paragons are here from the kingdom this time. Maybe the Thunder Tower Lord will come out as well. The death of a Supreme Elder is too big of a deal, no one will be able to let this go. A few big shots from the blood race began to speculate as well. Another great character from the blood race came to the holy city right after. Someone saw another genius of the 5 saints and exclaimed, The sky-bearing monarch is also here. The sky-bearing monarch came? Many young humans were startled. Some even considered the sky-bearing monarch to be the greatest among the 5 saints. Although Bai Jian, Qi Tianyu, the half-moon princess, and even Qi Zixian were all geniuses, they were not the most brilliant. However, the monarch was one of these brilliant geniuses. The blood race believed that if anyone could surpass Lin Tiandi in the future, then it would be the monarch. The monarch's real name was Wang Tiancheng. Right now, very few people remembered his name. They came to know him as the sky-bearing monarch. He was the descendant of the Blood Devil tribe. Thus, his status in the blood race was higher than Qi Tianyu, Bai Jian, and perhaps even above that of Qi Zixian. Why is the monarch here? Does he want to spar with Schoolmaster Yi? Someone became curious. Hard to say, the monarch might be bothered by Schoolmaster Yi being the first to reach Virtuous Paragon. Some people said that he went several times to spar with her, but he lost every time. A big shot explained what happened. In the barren earth, the first among the younger generation to reach virtuous paragon was not the brilliant Lin Tiandi or the blood race's hope, the sky-bearing monarch. It was Yi Chuyun from the Pure Lotus School who had always been low-key. The other 4 saints were considered Yi Chuyun's juniors. Only the monarch was on the same level as Yi Chuyun in terms of seniority. As the descendant of the Blood Devil tribe, everyone assumed that he could return to the Blood Primal Ground to train, just like immortal Emperor Qi back then, the emperor who ruled over the blood race in the 9 worlds. However, his debut was not smooth sailing. It was one thing being overshadowed by Lin Tiandi's brilliance, but the title of being the first paragon was taken away by Yi Chuyun, who was not famous prior to this. Thus, it was not strange for the monarch to always be brooding over it. The sky-bearing monarch might be great, but compared to our schoolmaster Yi, there is still a sizable gap. Maybe our schoolmaster has already embarked on the path of the heavens and is ready to compete for the heavens' will. The young humans naturally viewed Yi Chuyun as their pride. Of course, the blood race didn't give up either. A blood youth sneered, "I won't deny that schoolmaster Yi is extraordinary, but if the sky-bearing monarch can return to the primal ground to train, he will surpass schoolmaster Yi very quickly. Even the brilliant Lin Tiandi would be overshadowed by him." That's a lot of boasting. The young human immediately fought back, "Everything is merely speculation. Wait until your sky-bearing monarch can actually return to the primal ground, then we can talk." The blood youth sneered, "Among the geniuses of the younger generation, who is more qualified than the monarch to return?" I heard that there are ancestors from our Blood Devil tribe going to the primal ground. It won't take long before the monarch returns as well to inherit the progenitor's will. They will obtain the purest and most supreme blood of our race. At that time, he will be able to command the world. "Only the world of your blood race," the human expert said with disdain. However, this argument didn't last too long before everything became quiet. Someone else even more incredible had arrived at the city. Both Qi Zixian and the sky-bearing monarch paled in comparison. Lin Tiandi had arrived. Everyone from the younger generation became quiet after this news spread across the city. No one could stay proud, not even the 2 saints present in the city. Lin Tiandi, this name was overbearing enough, but no one would dare to question it. Some said that he didn't originally have this name while others claimed that he was born with it. However, this wasn't important anymore. Right now, he was Lin Tiandi and his fame echoed across the barren earth. Chapter 968, Lin Tiandi. Lin Tiandi was a legend in this region. People loved talking about his tales and spreading them around. He embarked on his Tao path at the age of 5. At 15, he climbed to the Heavenly King realm. At 20, he began his journey of violence. At 21, he fought alone against 5 clans from the blood race. He went to their territories and controlled a heavenly tribulation to suppress the 5 clans completely. The power of the tribulation allowed him to sweep through their ancestors. Eventually, the 5 clans accepted defeat, and Lin Tiandi forgave them afterward. From then on, they closed their gates and no longer came out. This made him famous in this world. No one from the younger generation in the southern region could compare to him. Both Yi Chuyun and the sky-bearing monarch were eclipsed by his radiance. In today's mortal emperor world, there was a saying. Mei Suyao in the east, Zhan Shi in the west, Wu Longxian in the north, Lin Tiandi in the south, and Jikong Wudi in the center. This phrase referred to the most outstanding geniuses of the contemporary times. East referred to the eastern 100 cities. The most brilliant genius there was Mei Suyao from the Eternal River School. The western desolate wasteland had Zhan Shi from the rampaging Divine Mountain. The northern Grand Sea had the famous Wu Longxian from the Crouching Dragon Cliff. Of course, who else could be number 1 in the southern barren earth besides Lin Tiandi? Even the geniuses of the blood race couldn't compare to him. There was another reason why Lin Tiandi's tales were so popular. This was because he came from a humble background. In other words, he was originally a mortal. Compared to Mei Suyao's group who were all from imperial lineages, Lin Tiandi came from humble beginnings and was still a vagrant cultivator at this moment. Stories said that he came from a scholarly family. Although their ancestors taught the Tao and answered many questions, none of them were cultivators until Lin Tiandi appeared. At a young age, he taught himself the most basic merit laws and started his heroic journey, creating one miracle after another. During his training, rumor has it that many lineages, including imperial ones, wanted to recruit him. Even a mythical lineage like the Grand Palm Ancient Court tried to recruit him. But strangely enough, he declined all of their invitations and continued his cultivation alone. Despite not being able to take him in as a disciple, many great powers still willingly handed their merit laws and techniques to him for training. From this, one could easily imagine just how brilliant and charismatic he was. Many people in this region, including well-informed ancestors, all agreed that in this generation, Lin Tiandi's chance of becoming the immortal emperor was even higher than Jikong Wudi and the others. Many people were very proud of him, especially the young vagabonds. They all considered him their idol. Everyone knew that people like Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi were exceptional, but they came from imperial lineages. Lin Tiandi was the only genius who came from humble beginnings. For many generations, many founders of imperial lineages such as the Heaven Guard's immortal emperor Qi Zhen and the mysterious Bamboo Mountain's immortal emperor Ba Zhen came from nothing. Unlike the other geniuses, Lin Tiandi with his humble beginnings will definitely become the immortal emperor. He will definitely create an invincible sect that can shine for an eternity. A vagrant cultivator made this comment with pride. Lin Tiandi's arrival was sensational, and many people went to greet him or to take a look. He trod through the sky with a transcendent and pure aura. His whole being was shrouded in clouds. His tall yet thin figure was adorned with a blue robe accompanied by an elegant temperament that was beyond this world. His appearance betrayed his arrogant and majestic name. He didn't look domineering, contrary to his name. He had a scholarly essence. Others would think that he had read many different scriptures and that he came from a literary family. He resembled a scholar more than a cultivator. Nevertheless, this did not affect his prestige in the slightest. In the eyes of the crowd, he was still the domineering Lin Tiandi. After causing quite a stir in the city, he went to visit the ancient and mysterious clans in the holy city. For cultivators of the southern region, it wasn't easy to go visit these clans. They wouldn't even entertain geniuses. However, Lin Tiandi not only visited them, he was treated as an esteemed guest. Some ancestors even came out to see him. A few days later, another piece of news came out from the city. Lin Tiandi had visited the Crimson Night Kingdom's Thunder Tower. The Tower Lord even made an exception to see him. Afterward, he managed to climb to the top of the tower. That's Lin Tiandi for you. It's not strange that he can do so. Just think about it, so many sects were willing to let him train in their merit laws. People weren't caught off guard by this at all. They were used to his brilliant nature. The young geniuses were incredibly envious after hearing this. The Thunder Tower was one of the two best locations in the Holy City. It was famous alongside Tiger Hill and the Dragon Platform. It once belonged to an ancient clan in the city, but now, it was a property of Crimson Knight. Legend states that the tower was a natural creation of the heaven and earth. There were peerlessly wonderful items inside. It was presided over by the most powerful ancestor of the Crimson Night Kingdom. He was referred to by others as the Thunder Tower Lord. Today, an outsider like Lin Tiandi was not only received by the Tower Lord unlike normal convention, he also climbed to the top. Just how glorious was this? Among the youths of the Crimson Night Kingdom, only Qi Zixian had reached the top before. Other disciples were not qualified to even climb, yet Lin Tiandi, an outsider, was allowed to do so. This spoke volumes of his cachet. After he reached the top, day turned into night all of a sudden. Bursts of thunder resounded in the sky. Lightning streaked above the tower. The Thunder Tower suddenly became sky-reaching in a very mysterious and holy manner. Incredible, that's Lin Tiandi for you. He gained some benefits after entering the tower for such a short time. He was actually able to unravel the mysteries of the tower and obtain the resonance of the heaven and earth. Many people saw this shocking scene. Even a big shot from the last generation murmured to himself. The younger generation was naturally envious. Those who could unravel the mysteries of the tower would gain great benefits. Lin Tiandi didn't stop at the Thunder Tower for long. On the second day, he left the holy city and entered the God War Mountain by himself. The current peerless genius is indeed different. After understanding the mysteries of the Thunder Tower, he immediately entered the God War Mountain. Does he want the supreme scripture from there as well? Many people emotionally commented after seeing this. Jealousy was useless for the younger generation. Things difficult for others were easily achieved by Lin Tiandi. It was incredibly frustrating to compare oneself to him. While everyone had their eyes on Lin Tiandi, a buzzing sound suddenly rang inside the large cave on top of the dragon platform in the stillness of the night. A light flashed as a man rushed out from the cave. If any outsiders were here, they would be scared out of their mind from this scene as if they had just seen a ghost. Everyone knew that there was no coming back after falling into the cave. For millions of years, this had remained true. But now, someone actually made it out of the cave. This news would shock the world if someone were here to see it. Of course, it was Wuxia who leaped out of the cave. After finishing his negotiation with the two existences in the ocean, he immediately left the Hidden Dragon Mountains. The world didn't know that one could leave the Hidden Dragon Mountains through the Dragon Platform. However, entrance via the Dragon Platform guaranteed death. Naturally, these secrets were too elusive for ordinary people. Wuxia gazed at the Hidden Dragon Mountains again while standing on top of the platform. He revealed a faint smile with a carefree mood. Although he didn't obtain any treasure from the mountain this time, his harvest was extremely great. More importantly, Wuxia was relieved to see the little girl's result. No matter what happened later on, her future would be full of hope with that kind of opportunity. His mind eventually returned. He then shifted over towards the God War Mountain in the distance. He became quiet while staring at the mountain that seemed to be defending myriad realms. After a long time, he murmured, "After so many years, it is time to find out and let the items within come out. It is time for my harvest." It was well known that the God War Mountain had some incredible mysteries. One could be enlightened by the Grand Tao or listen to an immortal scripture. Nevertheless, most of this was still hidden behind a secret veil. Chapter 969, Challenging the Crimson Night Kingdom. While he was looking over the mountain, a buzzing sound suddenly rang. Waves of light emerged from the mountain along with rare visual phenomena. A young man walked out from within and stepped through the hills into the depths of the mountains. Each of his steps seemed to create a new phenomenon. One could even faintly hear the chanting of immortals as if they were preaching the Tao. Nevertheless, the young man continued on without stopping. A bit interesting. Wuxia couldn't help but smile after seeing the young man's slow steps into the mountain. Meanwhile, those in the holy city were full of admiration. Even ancestors of the virtuous Paragon realm were amazed as well. "That's Lin Tiandi for you. Climbing the highest peak and traversing through the lofty peaks as easily as walking on flat ground. This is the supreme genius." The younger generation was excited as well. A genius muttered, "I failed last time, but I want to try again to see if I can reach the highest peak this time." Boom! When people were still amazed by Lin Tiandi's solitary entrance to the God War Mountain, an immortal light shot up from the deepest location of the mountain. It soared all the way into the sky with rays flashing everywhere. What was unbelievable was that these rays slowly formed an immortal crown. This scene was too spectacular since the crown seemed to be illuminating the entire barren earth. It didn't disappear until a while later. The spectators were moved by this scene. One of them took a deep breath and said, "Isn't this too heaven-defying, even for Lin Tiandi? He only made it into the mountain, yet he has already created such a shocking phenomenon." Will he be able to obtain the legendary immortal scripture? No, this is not necessarily related to Lin Tiandi. A citizen from the holy city explained, this has happened before, but the crown was not as big last time. What is it? Is it a treasure coming out? A few people were very excited. An excited cultivator claimed, maybe it is an emerging treasure. Rumor has it that immortals lived in the deepest parts of the mountain. After they left, an immortal scripture was left behind. Another one added, it's not just an immortal scripture. Legend even says that an immortal buried himself there. Thus, that place seals the body of an immortal. If one can obtain this body, they would definitely become unbeatable in this generation. In just a moment, diverse legends regarding the treasures at the deepest part of the God War Mountain came about. They were getting more and more ridiculous. Some even claimed that there were still immortals living there. It is easier said than done to reach the deepest location of the mountain. Someone from the previous generation shook their head, even immortal emperors would not recklessly go to that place. Rumor has it that it is far too terrifying there. Go to the God War Mountain for the treasures. The older generation was able to handle the sudden change. However, the youths couldn't wait any longer and immediately rushed towards the mountain. On the dragon platform, Li Qia was also watching this scene with his gaze focused on the immortal light soaring into the sky as well as the passing crown. After it disappeared, he murmured, after so many years, it has finally come. The ancient Ming back then wasted so much effort and the Dark Dragon dynasty even built their ancestral ground here, yet they couldn't obtain it. Even the mighty immortal Emperor Tian too coveted it, yet he still failed in the end. It seems like there will be results in this generation. Li Qia looked at the dark night sky as his eyes became very profound. In present times, only he knew what was below the God War Mountain. Everyone else had died, especially all the ancient Ming back then. Not even one was left alive. He withdrew his gaze eventually and then went back to Yi Chuyun's place without any hesitation. The moment Yi Chuyun saw him, she heaved a sigh of relief and quickly spoke, "Brotherly, you are finally back. Something big has happened." "What happened?" He saw her demeanor and asked with a serious expression, "Is it about Yuan?" The Crimson Night Kingdom came. Yi Chuyun wryly smiled and said, "Their descendant, Qi Zixian, brought several virtuous paragons here asking for Miss C. I fought against them, but in the end, she willingly left with them." It turned out that after coming to the holy city, Qi Zixian and her paragons immediately went to Yi Chuyun to demand the return of Si Yuanyuan, the traitor of the Crimson Night Kingdom. Yi Chuyun was asked by Li Qia, so she naturally wouldn't hand over Si Yuanyuan. The two sides immediately fought after the failed negotiations. In the end, Si Yuanyuan was afraid that Yi Chuyun was not the kingdom's match. She didn't want to involve the Pure Lotus School and willingly left with Qi Zixian. "Where is Yuanyuan now?" Li Qia spoke with a murderous glint in his eyes. Yi Chuyun busily said, "She is still in the holy city, imprisoned at the Thunder Tower for now. I have asked several hidden clans in the city to put pressure on the kingdom to delay their journey, but I'm afraid it won't delay them for long. Qi Zixian will bring Si Yuanyuan back to Crimson Night in about 2 days." Li Qia revealed a dark smile. "The gods should be thanking me for not killing people, yet Crimson Night is foolish enough to go over my head. They must be tired of living." He ordered, "Go to the Thunder Tower and pass on my message. Before sunrise tomorrow, I want to see the kingdom bring Si Yuanyuan to our door, completely untouched. Otherwise, I will personally take a trip there. At that time, I won't only crush their encampment, I'll uproot their kingdom as well." "I understand." Yi Chuyun nodded her head. Anyone else would think that Li Qia was daydreaming, claiming to uproot the kingdom in such an ignorant manner. However, Yi Chuyun knew very well that he was not joking around. He would do as he said. She went to the Thunder Tower and passed on his message to Qi Zixian's group. So arrogant. Qi Zixian's eyes frosted over with murderous intent after hearing this. Even the expressions of the big characters next to her turned ugly as well. Just what was the Crimson Night Kingdom? A nation with two emperors that had controlled the blood race for two separate generations. In the entire barren earth, outside of the Heaven Guard sect and mysterious Bamboo Mountain with their three emperors, even the other dual emperor lineages would not dare to utter such arrogant words at them. But now, a nobody like Li Qie dared to bluster and talked about uprooting their kingdom. Not to mention a lineage like them, even an ordinary great power wouldn't forgive such insolence. Just in time. I was worried that we wouldn't be able to find the Supreme Elder's killer. She awe-inspiringly said, "Good, he ignored the accepting heavens and chose to barge into the unwelcoming hell. Your Majesty, let us take him into custody and bring him back to the kingdom. We'll call for the rest of the world to watch the trial so that they will see the result of those who oppose our kingdom." A paragon next to her spoke. "No need to make it so troublesome. We'll hold the trial here at the Holy City." A different paragon suggested, "Right now, all the heroes are gathered here. It is the best time to try this murderer." She coldly uttered, "Very well. Then tomorrow, we'll send out the news. If Li Qie comes kneeling and admits to his crimes, we may spare his life." She didn't want to prolong this matter due to possible complications that may arise. She wanted to publicly sentence both Li Qie and Si Yuanyuan tomorrow in front of everyone. This wouldn't only increase her kingdom's prestige, it would also build her own so that the world would know she was the future ruler of the kingdom. The life and death of others was in her grasp. "Li Qie, listen up." At night, an expert from the kingdom intimidatingly sent out the message, "You seduced a Crimson Knight disciple to kill our Supreme Elder. Even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to repent. Our Highness declares that if you prostrate and beg for forgiveness tomorrow outside of the Thunder Tower, Her Highness may choose to forgive you. Otherwise, your sins will be punished by death. Don't even try to escape since there will be no place in the world for you to hide." In order to establish her own prestige, Qi Zixian made the disciples create a fuss so the entire city would find out. Initially, due to Lin Tiandi's appearance, everyone had forgotten Li Qie's matter. But now, after hearing the message from the kingdom, everyone remembered it again and the city became quite rowdy. Prior to the message, the truth was that not many people in this region knew who Li Qie was. But now, his matter had once again entered the limelight, so a lot of people were talking about him. Someone murmured, "Tricking the Supreme Elder from Crimson Knight down the Dragon Platform's cave, this brat is way too courageous." An insider added, "This brat has a backer. I heard he is always together with Schoolmaster Yi, so he has the Pure Lotus School." How arrogant. Not only did he trick the Supreme Elder down the cave, he also threw the Pure Blood School's Swiftsword Marquis down there as well. Even the Pure Lotus School won't do. Offending both Crimson Knight and the Pure Blood School, this is the same as offending our entire blood race. There will be no place left for him in the southern region. Even if Crimson Knight forgives him, we should still deal with him. A blood disciple sneered. Li Qie didn't give any face to this intentional provocation either. He also sent out a message, "Before sunrise, return Si Yuanyuan unharmed." Also, Crimson Knight's descendant, Qi Zixian, must prostrate outside of our mansion to admit her wrongdoings. Only then shall I spare Crimson Knight. Such words astounded the entire city. No one expected Li Qie to react in such an aggressive manner. Who would have thought that a nobody would act so arrogantly? His challenge towards the kingdom stunned many people. Someone commented, "Is this brat out of his mind? Telling Qi Zixian to beg for forgiveness as well as talking about destroying the kingdom? Who does he think he is, Lin Tiandi or Jikong Wudi? Even Lin Tiandi wouldn't dare to bluster to this extent." A blood disciple snorted, "Does this Li guy think that just because he sucks up to the Pure Lotus School, he can do as he pleases? Tomorrow, we'll show him the strength of our blood race. This ignorant child really does not understand the immensity of the heaven and earth." Even the previous generation felt that Li Qie was too arrogant. He was simply making a fool out of himself. "Very well, we'll watch the brat's comedy show tomorrow." Someone from the unified blood race said, "Even Pure Lotus won't be able to protect him. Crimson Knight will show its might tomorrow." It is good to let the humans in the southern region witness our strength. Chapter 970. Hatred. Li Qiye's provocation of the Crimson Night Kingdom affected the entire blood race due to their great solidarity. Many blood disciples in the city mocked him and wanted to see him make a fool out of himself tomorrow. As for the human cultivators, they were more ambivalent as they glanced at each other. They found him to be quite ignorant in his provocation. Even Lin Tiandi wouldn't dare to do so, let alone a junior like him. Perfect. What a fool. No matter how powerful you are, only death awaits those who oppose Crimson Knight. You're saving me the trouble of having to kill you myself. Qi Tianyu, who also wanted to kill Li Qiye, snorted while heaving a sigh of relief. He was quite happy with this new development. No one wanted to kill Li Qiye more than Qi Tianyu since he was his biggest rival in love. Now, Crimson Knight was about to kill Li Qiye for him. How could he not become excited? The Half-Moon Princess sighed after hearing this. Of course, she was not feeling bad for Li Qiye. In fact, she couldn't care less about his life. The only issue was that if Li Qiye died, Qi Tianyu wouldn't be dissuaded from courting Yi Chuyan. This Li Qiye guy, his performance at the dragon platform was absolutely brilliant. It is surprising that he is this overbearing and arrogant. Even if he was a virtuous paragon, he wouldn't be able to hold back Crimson Knight. This is him courting death. The princess slightly shook her head. What a shame, I really thought that he could marry Yi Chuyan. As for the sky-bearing monarch, the most talented genius of the blood race, he only laughed. This brat really doesn't know any better. The Crimson Night Kingdom's strength is beyond his imagination. However, after he received a new message, he suddenly felt gloomy. An ancestor from the Blood Devil tribe finally returned from the primal ground. He came into the city and immediately met with the monarch. Ancestor, did the ancestors from the primal ground agree for me to go there to train? The spirited monarch asked right away. Although any disciple from the blood race could go back there to train, that was only simple training. To truly have their return accepted by the primal ground had a different significance. Anyone who received this treatment would be taught by the oldest ancestors in the primal ground. Moreover, there was a chance for them to observe and train in the oldest laws of their race. In the legends, the primal ground had an extremely ancient ancestor that had always been buried in the earth. Moreover, rumor has it that both immortal Emperor Qi Yi and immortal Emperor Qin Shui were taught by this ancestor. Thus, a true return meant gaining the guidance of this ancestor as well as the chance to be able to rule the blood race through the 9 worlds in the future. This was the dream of many blood geniuses. Even if they couldn't become the immortal emperor, an existence that could order the blood race was still quite supreme. I'm afraid there's no hope. The Blood Devil ancestor gently shook his head with a dejected expression. The monarch was in disbelief and asked, Ancestor, how can this be? The last time I went to the primal ground, all the ancestors there had great evaluations of me. Prior to this, the monarch had gone to the primal ground to meet the old ancestors of the primal ground. These ancestors had very good impressions of him due to his bloodline and talents. Because of this, he was very confident that he would eventually be accepted. This was also why other people thought that he could rule the blood race in the future, just like immortal Emperor Qi Ye's group. The ancestor smiled wryly and said, Yes, the ancestors last time really liked you, but I'm afraid there have been some changes in the primal ground, so your second assessment has been pushed back for now. Changes? The monarch did not understand. What changes are you referring to? Are there other candidates there? He found this astonishing since he had absolute confidence in his bloodline and talents among the current younger generation. He had the purest bloodline of the Blood Devil tribe's imperial family. His ancestor was an immortal emperor. Moreover, his talents were peerless as well. Both Qi Zixian and Bai Jian were not a threat to him. In his mind, who was more fitting to train at the primal ground to become the next ruler of the blood race? Well, I couldn't ask the ancient ancestors about it. This ancestor pondered for a bit before speaking, but I did hear some news there. They said that a candidate has appeared. It is likely that this person will be the future ruler. Impossible. The monarch was startled. Who? Who can rule the blood race? If someone from the primal ground does not come out, then who is more worthy than me in the entire mortal emperor world? This was not him being arrogant, he really had such qualifications. Even Qi Zixian and Bai Jian were nobodies in his eyes, let alone others. Moreover, the primal ground had never taken direct control of the blood race before. Most of the time, they would only do so indirectly. The details haven't been disclosed. The ancestor answered, I used a lot of different methods before finding out a little bit of information. I heard the person's name is Li Chia, but there's not much else. Li Chia, the monarch became wide-eyed after hearing this. Li Chia is at the holy city right now. I don't know the brat. The ancestor shook his head. I only heard that not only did this brat go to the primal ground, he might have entered the blood pool as well. What? Enter the blood pool? The monarch was completely shaken after hearing this. As the descendant of the Blood Devil tribe, he naturally knew the significance behind entering the blood pool. It was the same as a carp jumping over the dragon gate. Even if one couldn't become the future ruler, they would still be highly valued by the primal ground. It was an extremely prestigious position. He murmured in disbelief, isn't this Li Chia a human? How could he have entered the blood pool? How can he become the blood ruler? We don't know anything for now. The ancestors spoke. The old ancestors didn't say anything about your matter. They didn't confirm or deny anything, your matter was simply put on hold. Maybe they will restart the assessment later. In just a short period of time, the monarch became quiet as his expression darkened. He was fully confident in being able to return to the primal ground to train and even made this news public. But now, this Li Chia came out of nowhere and ruined all his plans as well as his beautiful dreams. Li Chia. The monarch revealed a frighteningly murderous glare. He had no feud with Li Chia prior to this. In fact, he didn't even care for him. Even when Li Chia was acting arrogantly against the Crimson Night Kingdom, the monarch only laughed and watched on the sideline as if it was no big deal. After all, it was only an ignorant brat. However, now was a different story. Even though he hadn't seen Li Chia, he viewed him as a mortal enemy. At this time, he only wished for Li Chia to die, especially to the hands of the Crimson Night Kingdom. With that, the primal ground would test him again and he would be able to realize his ambitions. For the experts of the blood race, who didn't want to return to the primal ground to rule the blood race in the 9 worlds, this was a crowning glory. Apart from becoming immortal emperor, there wasn't a more eminent position. The monarch coldly uttered, Li Chia must die. Li Chia, who he had never met before, was now standing in his way, so he had to die. In the holy city, many people were not optimistic about Li Chia's chances while others mocked him. However, there was one exception. It was Bai Jian, the descendant of the Grand Palm ancient court. After hearing Li Chia's aggressive provocation towards the Crimson Night Kingdom, he murmured to himself, it really is him. After so many years, he is still this arrogant and overbearing. At this moment, he had guessed who Li Chia was. Unlike the others, he had taken an adventure to the Grand Middle Territory and Eastern 100 cities when he was younger. Although he had never seen Li Chia, he had heard of his prestige. Later on, rumors of Li Chia being dead began to spread, and thus his reputation declined. Even the people from those 2 realms began to gradually forget about him. But this time, Bai Jian was able to guess Li Chia's identity after seeing him in the southern region. He smiled and said, the madman of the past is still so domineering no matter where he goes. It will be fun this time. I wonder if the Crimson Night Kingdom will be able to handle it or not. Hopefully, they won't be annihilated like the Tiger's Howl school back then. Chapter 971, Thunder Tower. On the next day, the sun slowly rose. No matter the time, the holy city remained unchanging. It was still ancient and solemn as well as full of mysteries. Many people were waiting eagerly for what was to come. All eyes were on Qi Zixian and Li Qie since they wanted to see how this storm would end. Of course, the majority of them thought that Li Qie was courting death for provoking the Crimson Night Kingdom. They only wanted to see how he would die, that's all. There were some humans who hoped that Li Qie would be able to put up a fight to deter the Blood Race's ego. Recently, Heaven Guard didn't come out while the mysterious Bamboo Mountain maintained a low profile. This made the Blood Race's momentum rise while the strongest race in the southern region, the humans, was pressured. Of course, Qi Zixian didn't return Si Yuanyuan this morning, and she didn't prostrate before Li Qie's door for forgiveness either. As a result, Li Qie personally took a trip to the Thunder Tower with Yi Chuyun right behind him. He already became the focal point the moment he left the mansion. Many young male cultivators were very annoyed to see Yi Chuyun obediently following behind him. Pa! A flower stuck in cow dung. I wonder what a master like Schoolmaster Yi sees in this human junior. Those who adored Yi Chuyun were especially unhappy. In their eyes, Li Qie was simply not worthy of her. He had no background and wasn't handsome either. His strength was most likely lacking as well. Just let him be for the moment. It won't last for long. Even Schoolmaster Yi won't be able to keep him from dying. Someone sneered and prayed for Li Qie to die to Qi Zixian's group. The Crimson Night Kingdom's branch was built in the best location inside the city. The Thunder Tower was at the center of this area and made the lineage seem like a small castle. This tower soared high into the sky. It was one of the tallest structures in the city. It could be seen from afar and was made from unknown materials. It was suffused with an ancient color. One could faintly see streaks of lightning flash on top of the tower. It came and went as if the tower was the center of the storm. Legends state that the tower used to be the dwelling of a thunder god. Another said that it connected a thunder vein from underground to the sky. Regardless of its origin, its preciousness was on par with Tiger Hill and the Dragon Platform. Immortal Emperor Qi paid a sky-high price to an ancient clan for this tower back then. After many generations of business, the Crimson Night Kingdom established this vast branch in the city. Since then, it continued to expand non-stop. In a city where land was worth as much as gold, the territory Crimson Night commanded was more than enough to show the kingdom's power. Clank! When Li Qie made it to the branch, the two steel doors slowly opened. The guards of the kingdom didn't stop Li Qie and simply let him inside. The confrontation is about to happen. Many cultivators entered the branch to watch the fun. There were also those who remained at a safe distance to avoid any trouble. There was a martial plaza inside the branch. The left and right were both full of Crimson Night experts. They let their blood energies run free to intimidate people. Experts from the other blood tribes and sects were there as well. Young geniuses such as Qi Tianyu were also present. Without a doubt, Qi Zixian invited many of them to watch this trial. The group that followed Li Qie inside took a deep breath after seeing so many big shots from the blood race. It seemed like Qi Zixian was going all out this time. Everyone knew that such a trial should be done in a more discreet manner. However, Qi Zixian called for so many people. This made everyone feel that something was amiss. Someone made a good guess and murmured, "It looks like Qi Zixian wants to be the royal lord of Crimson Night. She wants to establish her unquestionable authority right now." Li Qie looked around and finally saw Si Yuanyuan. She was on the side and locked with shackles like a criminal. Despite the chains imposed on her, she still remained carefree and composed without showing any sign of pain. No matter what might come today, she would meet death head-on without crying or begging for mercy. She might not be a famous character, but she had a rare sense of composure. "Young noble Li, you shouldn't have come here." She saw him and became a bit dejected. She gently sighed, "Even an upright official won't be able to deal with a family matter. I'm afraid you can't do anything since this is Crimson Knight's internal affair." As long as they weren't too stupid, anyone could tell that Qi Zixian wanted to make an example out of Li Qie to build her own prestige. Li Qie glanced at her and spoke, "If you let her go now, I'll only carry out a light punishment and forgive you. Such a big tone. Qi Zixian snorted. She sat in her high spot and looked down at him. Li Qia, do you know who I am? Li Qia was too lazy to look at her again. How funny, you're only a descendant of the Crimson Knight Kingdom, yet you still think you're somebody. My patience is limited. Will you release her, or do I have to take action? A paragon next to her shouted, this thing doesn't know life from death. Qi Zixian coldly glared at him and sneered, Li Qia, to bluster so wantonly within my kingdom's territory, do you really think you have 3 heads and 6 hands? Li Qia answered, is that so? It seems like you don't wish to release her and want me to take action. Release her? Qi Zixian snorted, Li Qia, you conspired with the traitor to murder the Crimson Knight Duke and killed our Supreme Elder. The traitor should be drawn and quartered while you will face beheading. Kneel and admit your crimes, then we may spare you the pain by giving you a swift end. Li Qia couldn't help but smile. He leisurely said, everyone has been saying that I am the arrogant one with zero regards for others, but why do I feel like I am not the arrogant one today? He continued on after lazily looking over her, very well, since you want me to take action. It has been a while since I last washed my hands with blood, might as well do so today. Before you die, I will let you know that I will not only save Si Yuanyuan today, I will also cut off all of your heads. If I am still not satisfied, I will visit your kingdom and kill until my hands grow tired. Perhaps then, I will forgive your kingdom. He ended with this threat. Chapter 972, Unstoppable. Can you believe this guy? Many cracked up after hearing Li Qia. What a blustering fool. Crimson Knight is a dual emperor lineage and can kill him with one finger. Qi Tianyu sneered while sitting in a seat of honor. A blood schoolmaster from the same region snorted coldly, human juniors really are too impudent nowadays. Do they think the barren earth is still their territory? Just a human ant, yet he still dares to provoke our blood race's prestige. Your Highness, in my opinion, we don't need to kill this insect so quickly. Just destroy his cultivation, sever his limbs, and destroy his tendons. Then tie him up outside the holy city so that people will know the result of those who challenge our blood race. Another blood expert in this region coldly uttered. Li, listen up. Up on her imperial throne, Qi Zixian looked down contemptuously at Li Qia. Don't even dream about leaving this place alive today. She raised her hand and clanking sounds appeared. 2 lines of experts from the kingdom unsheathed their swords with their sharp reflecting glints lighting up the sky. The armed experts surrounded Li Qia with a murderous aura permeating across the martial stage. It's coming. The spectators quickly retreated after seeing this to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Yi Chuyun stepped out before Li Qia. She glanced at the surrounding experts and stated, all of you come together so that I don't have to waste time chasing after you. Such words left many people out of breath. Earlier, she was standing obediently behind Li Qia so people couldn't feel her might. But now, her virtuous paragon's aura soared to the sky along with her surging blood energy, full of life and power. Anyone present would feel the pressure. Geniuses like Qi Zixian and Qi Tianyu had a hard-to-explain feeling in their minds. Qi Zixian was proud and considered herself to be the top of the 5 saints. However, the gap was apparent when Yi Chuyun stepped out. Yi Chuyun's powerful aura completely overshadowed Qi Zixian. She became quite jealous. Despite coming from a dual emperor lineage, she was not as great as Yi Chuyun. This made her feel like something was biting her heart inside. Schoolmaster Yi, you may want to think again. Qi Zixian coldly spoke. You can't drag down your entire Pure Lotus school for personal reasons. This won't end well for your school. Yi Chuyun met her gaze and answered, I know exactly what I'm about to do. The one who should be reconsidering is you. Don't be blinded by your own stupidity and push Crimson Knight down into the abyss. You will be the sinner of your kingdom. Schoolmaster Yi, I am only trying to persuade you out of respect. Qi Zixian coldly retorted, Don't say I didn't warn you once a calamity befalls your school, Yi Chuyan interrupted her. Don't act as if you're someone who can speak with me as equals. Even if you become the Crimson Knight Royal Lord, without becoming a paragon, you are still only a junior before me. Qi Zixian's expression turned sour after hearing this. Yi Chuyan humiliated her in front of everyone. This was more than just challenging her authority. Schoolmaster Yi, you went too far. A paragon protecting Qi Zixian interjected. Our Crimson Knight is showing you some consideration, no need to say more. Yi Chuyan cut him short. Either do as Brother Li said and release her and admit your mistakes, or fight to the end and perish. The choice is yours. It seems like you are completely confident in him. All 6 paragons glared at her aggressively. In their eyes, no one was allowed to question their kingdom's authority. Then all 6 ancestors may come together. Our fight ended abruptly last time and I didn't get a chance to see your Supreme Emperor laws. Yi Chuyan decisively challenged the 6 paragons. Such words suffocated the crowd. They were too domineering. That's the first virtuous paragon of the younger generation, worthy of being the genius of our human race. A human expert's blood began to boil after hearing this challenge. The 6 paragons glanced at each other quickly. They revealed a chilling murderous glint in their eyes. Without a doubt, they wanted to kill Yi Chuyan. Although her position was problematic, the Crimson Knight Kingdom was not afraid of the Pure Lotus School. Li Qie smiled and said, Chuyan, I'll handle this small matter before people really think I like to hide behind the backs of women. Yi Chuyan only glanced at the experts before backing off behind him. Li Qie took the stage and directly spoke to Qi Zixian. I had no intention of murdering inside the holy city, but since that is your wish, I'll go big. With just you alone? Qi Zixian snorted with disdain. If Yi Chuyan doesn't join in, I can crush a nobody like you with one hand. In a split second, before anyone could react, Qi Zixian abruptly stopped speaking. This scene seemed to last forever. They saw a hand raise up high, gripping Qi Zixian by the neck, making her seem like a helpless duck. She couldn't move at all while her eyes were turning white. Bang! Time finally began to flow again. The experts who were blocking Li Qie earlier were all sent flying in the air while spurting blood everywhere. They were no longer breathing the moment they hit the ground. This entire process, from the dispatch of experts to the choking of Qi Zixian, all happened in the blink of an eye. Many couldn't see what happened. Only virtuous paragons were able to keep up. However, her 6 protectors couldn't react in time to help her. It was unimaginably fast. Li Qie leisurely said, yes, crushing with one hand. Unfortunately, the victim is you and not me. Junior, what are you doing? One of the paragons shouted, if you touch a single hair of hers, our kingdom will let you taste a fate worse than death. The 6 were afraid of breaking the vase by chasing the rat. They wanted to help but were afraid of Li Qie reacting by strangling her. Don't worry, I won't touch a single hair of hers, I have zero interest in that. Li Qie didn't bother looking at the 6 paragons. I only want to add a bit more force to crush her neck. While struggling to breathe, Qi Zixian thunderously shouted, if you kill me, Si Yuanyuan will die. Sure enough, the shackles on Si Yuanyuan's body tightened after her threat, causing Si Yuanyuan to groan. Although she didn't scream out loud, her expression made it clear that she was in tremendous pain. Threatening me? Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he tightened his grip. Qi Zixian's eyes became bloodshot while her limbs twitched. Buzz! As her life was hanging by a thread, the Thunder Tower suddenly quaked. Before anyone knew what was going on, Qi Zixian fell down to the ground with a loud plop. Qi Zixian coughed harshly while feeling her own neck. She struggled to get up. At the same time, the 6 paragons quickly surrounded Qi Zixian to prevent Li Qie from catching her again. Young friend, this is not a place where you can do as you please. An old voice came from the Thunder Tower after Qi Zixian barely managed to survive. The Thunder Tower Lord, someone exclaimed after hearing this old voice. Everyone here gasped, especially the experts from the blood race including royal lords and sect masters. Someone murmured, "This finally got the Tower Lord's attention." "Humph, this brat is done for now." Qi Tianyu celebrated. He was trembling after seeing Li Qie gripping Qi Zixian's neck in an instant. He thought that the brat was too scary. He didn't notice that Li Qie was just hiding his strength before. He felt despair after seeing Li Qie's terrifying speed, but now, the Tower Lord had appeared. This changed the entire situation and made people realize that Li Qie's death was swiftly approaching. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.